Live from Admiral Akbar's Upstream Mating Habits.
It's a trap!
This is the Way of the Future podcast. This week we will be doing a special Star Wars episode talking specifically about The Force Awakens. I'm Quentin Jones.
I'm Dr. Frankenstein.
I'm Porkins.
And I'm Ian Jones.
And yeah, we're going to talk about that movie.
So hope you've seen it, because this episode will be filled with tons of spoilers.
Yeah, we're probably going to have lots of spoilers.
Yeah, it's going to be all spoilers. So, seriously, if you haven't seen the movie,
stop now.
Do not listen to this.
Yep.
Go somewhere else. We are sorry that you haven't seen it yet.
Go watch it and then come back
so
and
good.
listen to this.
Yeah, because it's worth watching. Generally speaking, the whole thing I thought was really well put together. I think it fucking at least got the bad taste of the last 15 years of Star Wars movies and cartoons out of my fucking mouth. I didn't really care about the comics, but they don't really matter at this point either, aside from the new ones.
Everything got retconned.
Yeah.
It felt like a full-fledged, real adult Star Wars again. It didn't feel like it was made for kids, basically. But I could see
obviously
it
was
kids
made for kids.
it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see what you're saying. It from an outside perspective, you wouldn't specifically know that.
Yeah.
If you didn't know Star Wars as the marketing juggernaut that it was, owned by Disney, the marketing juggernaut that it is, then you might not suspect that if you just saw this movie. And that's cool. I appreciate that. Jump right into the beginning. What did you guys think of Kylo Ren when he first popped up and was fucking up that camp of resistance fighters?
I thought he was real badass. He came out and he did all these weird stuff. Some force tricks that I've never seen before. He stopped a blaster fire, bullet or whatever you want to call it. Beam.
Blaster bolt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a bolt in the middle of the air, and then he held it there for a really long time.
It was making that weird noise too. It was it was scratching.
Unlike the other guys, I saw it in 3D. So it looked really fucking weird when he walked around it.
Yeah, I can see that.
It looked really weird, and I was like, "What am I looking at?" And then
I really liked the one shot where he turned around and stopped it. Right, the way it the quickness that he did it with, and how it zoomed in on his face. I just liked the filming of that.
Yeah, they had really great cinematography in this one, especially with Rey's scene. But we'll get to that later.
Rey's scene? Which one?
When she's scavenging.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like...
Oh, yeah. It was awesome.
It looked like Indiana Jones.
Well,
yeah.
She was in a temple.
It was awesome.
Not so much the first movie, A New Hope, but in Empire and Return, a lot of those backdrops are actual paintings. And so, I think they may have just done that, but with CG this time, basically.
Yeah.
And it did look really good. I guess there's not too much to say about the very, very intro. Aside from the old man, basically telling Kylo Ren.
Okay, so was that a old Jedi or some informant or what the fuck was that guy?
I think he was just a remnant of the rebels, right? Yeah.
But he must have been someone important because he had this information. So who was
somebody that Luke trusted?
Maybe he was one of the original Red Squadron.
Maybe. Yeah. That might make a little more because he looks about age appropriate to have been.
If they said his name or not.
Yeah, I don't think they did either.
The only thing he does is he drops a hint at that Kylo Ren is not Kylo Ren. It's not his real name.
Well, you can't escape your family's He
said, "I know who you were when you didn't have that name," or something like that.
They say something like the Order of Ren. So I think Ren is just a title.
The Knights of Ren.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's not really supposed to be the last name.
I didn't know that. Well, I know that none of them, the Sith names, are their actual names. Yeah. They're just shit they've made up.
I don't think he's technically a Sith yet.
He's not a Darth or anything.
Well, he will be after this.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Darth Kylo, Darth Ren. Something.
No, it'll be something.
But the Knights of Ren
was Count Dooku and his fucking 4 names and shit. He had a few of them.
I'm pretty sure the Knights of Ren.
Cypher Diaz.
Yeah.
The Knights.
Cypher Diaz, Count Dooku, and fucking Darth Tyrannus.
Who were all
and his bent penis lightsaber.
All those guys were Darth played just as underlings that him and the Emperor didn't want to make Sith.
Really?
Yeah, they just used them as pawns and told them, "We're gonna make you a Sith," and then they used them to do what they want.
Anybody with a Darth title is technically a Sith, but they're not like masters.
Right. That's why Dooku never got a Sith name. He was just like, okay, you're Count Dooku. You're not
He was
a
Darth
No,
Darth.
yeah, he was Darth Tyrannus.
Oh, that's right. He gave him Darth Tyrannus later, but he lied. It wasn't really a real thing.
It didn't seem
Well,
like he gave a
because
two
to
shits
become-
about
to
him.
become a
Yeah.
master,
He didn't care about him at
He
all.
just
to become a Sith
sacrificed him to
master, you have to
Anakin.
kill your master.
Yeah.
That's the only way to actually become
It's
best
the
Sith
law of
master.
2 or something
Wait, so
like
how
that.
did Vader fucking... Did he consider his face off with Obi-Wan?
Darth
Like,
Plagueis was
pretty much.
trying...
Okay.
In the book that is now retconned, Darth Plagueis was trying to find a way to destroy the rules of 2, where you have to destroy your master.
Why?
So him and the Emperor, because he
So they
wanted
could-
to
because he
live.
was the master? Yeah.
Yeah, because he
So they
wants
could
to
make
live
an
forever.
army.
Yeah, so they can make an army of Sith, right? And so Darth Plagueis had the Emperor, and the Emperor had Darth Vader. And he also had Darth Maul and all these others. But he was actually using Darth Maul and Dooku and all them as pawns to find a stronger candidate.
Mm-hmm.
But
So Plagueis is trying to get past it, but the Emperor wasn't.
Plagueis is really old, and he actually, like,
'Cause
he uses his
remember-
force powers to hold his
Body together.
body together because he's dead. He's dead, but
There's-
he's like an undead.
There was a
That sounds
master
gross.
like that. There was a Sith like that in one of the Knights of the Old Republic games, and basically every bone in his body had been crushed and pulverized from like some gravitational well or something, and he just looked like rock, almost like his whole body. He was just holding himself together.
Which game was
No,
this?
you're talking about two different dudes. There's like one dude that's like a rock guy, right? And then there's a guy who's literally like every part of his body's broken, and he's keeping himself together with force power, and all he makes, like, instead of speaking, he just makes like weird fucking guttural
Is this
noises.
the MMO or
He
is
talks.
this?
No,
Knights
no,
of
you're-
the Old Republic 2.
Oh, okay, yeah. I played
The
it.
one-
I didn't get to that. I guess.
He's the big evil one that fucking, not the one that like is the main bad guy. There's like a background character bad guy that isn't the main like antagonist.
Talking about the girl.
No, this is just, you never even see his face.
Oh.
And yeah, he like, for all you know, like they say shit like, if I could
It's-
swear, he like eats
no,
entire
it's-
galaxies.
it starts
and
with
shit.
He's the
Ravon.
main character from the first game.
No, it isn't.
Revan.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, I'll show you the guy right now.
Oh man, we're gonna get into it.
Well,
Are we pausing?
Like, no, we don't have.
I'm like,
Evan's gonna
you
go
had to have
research,
known.
so I'm gonna talk about how much I like the design of the costumes.
Yeah.
Everything looked fucking cool.
Either way, there was a character that was exactly like that. He held himself together through the Force.
Yeah.
Yeah, which that's what Darth Plagueis is
Yeah.
doing.
Wait, no, but I was talking about the Emperor though. Like the Emperor fucking doesn't do that though.
No,
It's not
he's dead.
what we were talking
Yeah, but I mean, like he didn't want to overcome the rule of twos though, because like
He
was-
did.
He couldn't have though, because he was trying to use like basically everyone to get a new like apprentice. Like he used Maul and Tyrannus.
Yeah, and then
To
he
get
used, and then he
Vader,
started
and then
using
he used
Vader
Vader
to
to
use
get
Luke. and that's what he was trying to do. Instead
But
of
that's still rule
instead
of
of
twos.
instead of the master dying, he would just kill an apprentice and then take a new one in.
Well, they don't specifically.
They had to do
say-
that. He was trying to do that in order to find a way.
Does it specifically say in the rule of twos that when one of them dies, it has to be the master though?
Yes,
It does.
yes, it has to be. So they were trying to break.
Well,
the
that doesn't
rules.
specifically sound
You
like the
can't
rule
become,
of
you
twos.
It's
can't
not even
become
what-
the master unless you beat your master.
Yeah, it's a Ric Flair thing.
Yeah,
You
but
can't be. You have, in order to be the man, you have to.
yeah,
beat
but that
the man.
doesn't.
Yeah.
That would be like that would be like a rule of the masters then, not a rule of two. Like I
It's
figured.
Darth
I
Flair.
thought
Well,
the-
it's two in the way that there's.
I thought the rule of two just specifically was saying like,
It's a master
okay, there can only
apprentice
be a
thing.
master and a pupil,
Right.
but
Really,
there
the
can't
ma-
be any more than that,
Really, the
or any in
master
Look
between.
it up.
was just saying that for any one of them, there would be another. Like that's really what it was saying. There's
Yeah,
an
that's what I
apprentice
thought
and
too.
a
It
master.
doesn't specifically say one has to kill the other. Like it's one, both could do it. That's what I was under the impression.
Well, Darth Plagueis,
Yeah. Okay.
who
that
might
guy.
be Snoke or might not be.
See, you're talking about the rock guy,
Oh yeah,
and I'm talking about.
Darth Revan. That's Revan.
No, that's not Darth Revan.
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
Evan,
That is not.
for those of you not able to see, Evan's showing us the.
That is not Darth
Pictures of
Revan.
that for Knights of the Old Republic.
That one
Yeah.
with that mask. Because Darth Revan's the guy from the first game.
Right, that's his apprentice, the guy with the rock face.
Yeah, that's Darth Revan's apprentice. This guy is like a separate entity altogether.
It's
that
the guy
just
from the first game.
roams from fucking like parts of the galaxy.
It's the dude from the first game.
No, it is not.
I beat that game like 6 months ago.
Dude, you're wrong.
Yeah, I remember it too.
I never played it,
You're
so
not.
I don't
Yeah, and then
know.
the only other bad guy was,
See,
was the
This
old
is what
lady.
happens when you do a podcast about Star Wars and
Yeah,
people
right.
don't agree.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is we had to
The
expect
only other
that there
bad
was
guy
gonna
in
be
that was
some
the old
disagreements
lady,
here.
the blind lady. She was a bad guy in it too.
Yeah, she was a Sith.
Yeah.
I let her.
She
I let her fucking
control the lightsabers.
Hell yeah! I was like, I'm with you.
There we
I
go.
went straight up Darth.
Nihilus, known as the Lord of
He
Hunger,
had to take her
is
power.
the leader of the Sith Triumvirate alongside Darkseid and Darth Triad. His past life, blah 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 blah. He wasn't in one though. Darth Nihilus was not in one. The strain of experience so many deaths through the Force caused Nihilus to crave Force energy, and he kept himself alive on the dead planet by draining Force from whatever vessel he came across. The misuse of the Force power ravaged Nihilus's form until he became a wound in the Force.
I want to be a Jedi.
Anyway, he doesn't even fucking talk though. He just makes like weird noises and shit. It's like
I don't even remember.
and you don't even have to fight.
I just killed him.
You don't even have to fight the guy. Is what I'm saying. You can like choose to like seek him out or not.
I killed him and I took his mask and then I was like, "Fuck you," and then I wore it.
So yeah, Kylo Ren was cool. Anyway, on to like the cool like cinematography of Rey's shots.
Rey's shots look awesome.
In the beginning,
Yeah.
the big wide shots of fucking Jakku and stuff, like
Yeah.
just the desert planet. I really like Star Wars having themed planets again. You know, like really simple themes,
Jakku
like
kinda-
a desert. Oh.
Jakku reminded me of Tatooine a lot.
Yeah, it may as well have been.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't all but name. It pretty much seemed like even the communities there, like people were looking for droids and like
They had to work for food.
What was Owen? He was a
They're
moist. He
basically,
was a
like-
fucking moisture farmer.
Yeah, he was a moisture farmer.
Like
They
that's,
remind me of like shanty towns and like little towns during the Great Depression.
well, they
Yeah,
definitely
just like-
pounded that point home with the with her like getting a quarter ration for like a full day of scavenging and whatnot.
Yeah, and then 80 rations for the droid or something like that. Something ridiculous.
I thought her roll thing looked like awesome when it was being made, but also like it probably would have tasted like dirt.
Here's a dirt rock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, her dehydrated like food stuff. Oh, that looked
Like I would have
bad.
tried it, but I have a feeling it tastes like garbage.
It looked like Japanese food to me. Like, if you've ever seen melon pon, it looks just like a melon pon. So I was like, oh
Really?
man, it's melon pon. Yeah, I was like, oh man, I know what that
Dark
tastes
brown
like.
like that even?
It wasn't brown, it's green.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
I guess I forgot the
'Cause
color.
It's colored like a melon, but it's bread with a cream filling, like custard filling that tastes like melon. It was good. So I know what she's eating.
So Finn, I guess, like was also part of in the original movies. They kind of like I thought painted a picture that people had gone from the clones to like people who like kind of joined up with the Empire. Like,
Yeah.
they did it themselves. But this one like introduced like
Basically-
them stealing babies.
Basically, in the lore of it, it goes from every time they made a genetic copy, the clones, the copies that they would make later were more and more fucked up, almost like a
And
photocopy.
that's why this started
And so
recruiting.
eventually they had to stop using the clones because they were just all retarded and stuff. And it went from being like indoctrinated from birth like that and almost trained like the clones were,
Yeah.
like that. And some of them are like, if you're like the best in your class at like the Imperial like training facility or whatever,
Because wasn't Luke talking
be-
about joining the
you
Empire
can become, but
in the
that's-
first one?
It's basically like you go to the Imperial training school and you can either become like an officer, like one of the guys in just the gray suits with like the on the Star Destroyers.
Yeah, with the cough
Or,
drops or whatever
Stormtrooper.
for.
And like
Wolves.
they claim the stormtroopers were trained well and stuff, but then
Well,
that's
they're
where it
doing
gets-
that in this movie too, like
That's where it
backing up
gets-
their training like so much, and then they just keep fucking up.
These ones at least just didn't look stupid, like they're actually moving and stuff.
Well, yeah, they're not like fucking British guys being paid like fucking $5 to be in that one shot. You know?
Okay, so
Like,
wait, are the guys that were in the original trilogy, were they clones that were just fucked up?
In the original trilogy,
No,
like,
those were mostly the
4, 5, and
recruits.
6.
Those were
Yeah,
mostly
no.
recruits,
they weren't.
Okay, those
clones.
were recruits.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
and I guess stolen babies.
Because I was gonna say that could explain why they couldn't shoot for shit if they were just like retarded versions of the
In
clones.
one of the like Star Wars history books, they're basically saying that like that. No, it wasn't just bad writing. You know, it came down to that they used like inferior focusing crystals for their rifles, so that they
Yeah,
weren't as
yeah.
accurate as they should have been.
Because they needed to mass produce it.
Yeah.
Sounds like Russia in World
Yeah,
War
they,
II.
no, they had to make up reasons why the fucking laser blasts were less accurate than musket balls.
And
Well,
also-
it still seemed that way a little bit in this one too. Like people were
Yeah.
shooting and not hitting anything.
Yeah.
Even though the good guys always get to hit people.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
they showed the blasts, even if they were missing, they were still way more accurate than before. They were just
Yeah.
like,
Well,
way off from
also
the-
I feel like they also like put a lot more hectic chaos on the screen at the same time, so
Yeah.
it looked like oh, look at all this shit exploding and fucking moving all around and like buildings falling over. Like it kind of makes sense why.
I just
you
want
might not
one
hit.
part for like one just random stormtrooper to just like headshot a guy from like a mile away.
Just
Yeah, that would've
cause,
been good.
just cause to put it
Yeah.
in for once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that guy would be like, oh.
That was kind of a gripe that I had. Was that like the Empire, the new First Order was like wasn't as menacing as the original Empire.
In ways, I agree. In other ways, I think that they were even more menacing. Because, like,
I just want to see them go in
They're
and just
smaller, right?
destroy a town, you know, with
Yeah.
no
Well, we
resistance.
saw them go in and burn a town and
Yeah, but
like
none-
kill a bunch of people.
They didn't even. There wasn't even any shooting back though. Almost.
Yeah, there
They
was
killed
no
that.
resistance. They were just kind of like, "Oh, we got busted.
Mm-hmm.
We're dead."
so wait, you mean, like, actually have a battle?
Yeah, where the stormtroopers just
Because the closest they get to that is at the bar or whatever on the
Yeah.
jungle planet. Is that it? Kind of looked like a jungle place.
It was a jungle planet.
But yeah, like the closest you get is that. But yeah, they're not really. I wouldn't say that they're really a defensive force though, like to be reckoned with. It was just a bunch of drunk people that ran out with guns. And
Yeah,
just
right.
blasted.
As soon as the X-wings show up, they're
done.
Yeah, yeah.
Run away.
Which why would they need
Well,
to
no,
call this
they-
the resistance instead of the rebellion if it never ended?
Okay,
That's
that's
what-
what
that's
we
what we
were
were talking
having a
about.
discussion
Yeah,
about
like,
this the other day and how like
argument.
well it
Yeah.
yeah, but like it doesn't actually make a lot of sense really, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because
I get
Okay.
the First Order thing because the Empire was destroyed.
the Empire ended, right?
Yeah.
And from what they were talking about, it sounds like the rebels started the Republic back up, right?
Yeah, so why aren't they called the Republic?
Yeah, exactly. Why is there the Resistance? And what did you say, Ian? Yeah, like there's some difference between the Resistance and
The
the
Rebels.
Republic, right? The Resistance is doing something that has to be something that the Republic doesn't necessarily stand for. And I think maybe what it is it's like hunting down the remnants of
Man,
the
that
first.
sucks for Princess Leia because that's what she fucking like lived to do in
Yeah.
the original trilogy.
That's
Now
why
she's just a fucking general for the things she like failed at.
Just
That's why
a
I think-
general?
Well, you know what I mean? Like if the Republic worked, then she would just be like this fucking diplomat
I think that's why,
general.
I think
king.
that's why
Yeah,
they,
but
they're
I feel
calling
like-
her general in this is because it didn't really make sense in the beginning how she was even a princess.
Well,
Like
it does.
princess of what? Her adopted father was a senator.
Oh wait,
It doesn't make any sense.
unless he married a queen.
yeah, but
or-
what was
or a
that?
king.
That would make him king or whatever of Alderaan. He wouldn't be a senator.
Maybe he's a senator
Like
because he's in the Senate, but then and on his planet he's royalty, and
Maybe
that's why he's a
he-
senator.
they
maybe-
never called him.
Maybe he
anything.
fucked a queen, and she
Yeah.
got pregnant, and
Yeah.
With
Princess
Leia?
Leia. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the king died before she was named, and she's all like, "I'm taking your last name, Jimmy Smits."
And you know what? That's exactly what George Lucas wanted
was-
to do.
That's her dad.
Yeah, I know.
And,
He wanted to fuck Jimmy Smith.
dude, no, dude, straight up, George Lucas, I would not put it past that man at this point. Some of the shit Ian's been telling me about him.
I guess he said, like, I was reading earlier today that, like, basically when he was asked about, like, what his plans were for episode 7,
Oh god.
like, his plans, he was like, well, you know, they took a completely different direction than I wanted to go. I wanted to make something like an art form that's new and new planets and new spaceships and new all this, but they just went retro with
So
everything.
what you did with 1, 2, and 3 that fucked it
yeah,
up.
exactly.
That's technically not what fucked up 1, 2, and 3. The CG and action, I think, are the best parts of 1 through 3. What I think he did
I
wrong.
hated the CG.
It was way too overused.
I just felt like it was like I felt like it was a completely different place from the original trilogy.
didn't
But I
look
knew
like
that
it
it was like
visually.
I knew that like it was like when Rome fell and everyone forgot how to fucking make aqueducts and
No,
shit, right?
but like
Yeah.
when I see CG, the thing that usually, I mean, there is bad CG. Don't get me wrong, but like I feel like the CG isn't bad because of how it looks in the episode 1 through 3. I think it's
sure, it looks great. But
I think it's
I never
about
said
how
it
it's
was-
I
I never
think
said
it's
it's
about how the
quality.
no I think it's about how those scenes are fucking directed. Like how they're framed and how they're put together in a whole, like basically like when you can make the whole shot out of CG,
Yeah.
like you forget how it would look if you were filming it with an actual camera.
but it also takes you out of the element of
All I
what
know
you're
is
watching.
that
If
they
you
should-
film it like
they
that,
should have
yeah,
had
that's
at
what I mean.
least a few real droids and real
practical
clone
effects.
trooper
Just
You know
a
what's
few.
funny?
In
You
the
know what's
entire
funny?
movies, they're all
You know what's
CG.
you know what's funny is the first 15 minutes of episode 1 has that. Like when they're on that little trade like thing, and Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon have to bust
Qui-Gon,
out from the gas room and whatnot. There are actual droids walking around,
There's a
and they're
C-3PO.
yeah.
But
And
I mean, like,
once they literally like
battle
once they get
droids.
out and they decide to like run down the hallway and they get to the cockpit, literally the cockpit, and when the droids run out, like that's when shit just goes all
I just
downhill
meant
from
the
there. Like
battle droids.
They're
up
just
until
themselves.
Maul comes at least.
he like instead of like trying to create like a continuity with all the films, it seemed like he went the other direction. Like he tried to like keep it in the same world, but he was like, no, I'm gonna make new stuff.
See, like
And
that's
like that doesn't work.
that's
that got proven to not work.
that's where the divide is where it's like Lucas looks at Star Wars differently than Star Wars fans look at Star Wars.
Exactly.
He really looks at it as like
A way to
I-
like get new ideas out there.
Not
I
just-
think.
not
Push
just that, but-
technologies also.
not just that,
Star
but he
Wars.
wants to push an agenda for little kids to see this person grow up.
I think think
Yeah.
he
It's
also
the wrong
It's got
way.
anime syndrome,
I
where
think-
he thinks that that's the only way you're going to get that group of people interested is to have a character their age group.
yeah.
kind
Like,
of.
that's why every fucking main character in anime is like, I'm 15, I'm in middle school, like or high school.
like
whatever.
you've been held
Well,
back
no.
a while.
Then Lucas wanted it to go from a character growing up,
Yeah.
and I was saying that anime has that problem too, where they think that the only way that they can get a certain age group
Is to hit a
interested
niche.
is by having a character their age in it.
Which is that's like Hollywood too.
I don't see how that is, like, at least in the movies that he made. Like, I do see the kid orientation, but I don't know about people growing up. Like, in 2 and 3, there was no, like, people
Two and
growing
three,
up.
Which one?
Episodes 2 and 3?
Yeah, but like the original trilogy.
No.
Oh, so yeah, but see, that was still Luke's journey to being grown.
No,
How old
you-
was Luke when
Talk about Anakin.
I know. That's
Yeah.
why we're getting mixed up.
he asked you if it was the original
I
trilogy?
said no. I was talking
It wasn't
about
the
Anakin,
original
not Luke.
3, but, or not original, but
4 or 5. It's hard because of the way
Yeah.
Lucas fucking filmed
I'm just, but I think that George Lucas, the way he's always looked at these movies, isn't like telling this big epic story for him. Like it almost seems like that's a secondary thought for him. It's almost like, hey, I'm gonna think up these ideas of like set pieces that will show off like this new filming technology that I've figured out how to do. Like even from A New Hope going forward, it seemed like that. It's just that the technologies were more like simple back then.
Yeah.
And I think at least up until like the last like year or two, that CG hasn't been able to look as authentic as like his fucking spray painted milk cartons and shit like that.
I think
like,
a lot of what sort of informed the way George Lucas thought about Star Wars, at least after the first one, is they didn't think that the original Star Wars was going to do that well.
Yeah.
So they gave him all the merchandising rights.
Yeah.
So I think that heavily influenced. He's like, I gotta make toys.
He got
Toys,
corrupt.
toys.
Yeah,
not
yeah.
only that, not only that, but
So
episode 1 through 3 he didn't even start making those until his kids were about like fucking 10 to 12, and
He put his kid in the
specifically,
movie.
well, yeah, he did do that in episode 3, but like he specifically cites that as like reasons why he put in like characters like Jar Jar and shit. He's like, because I wanted to. Like, I wasn't thinking about kids when I made the first one, and like, but
I
like,
wasn't thinking about kids when I made the first episode 1 because I wanted to have a racist character trope.
dude, he's got more than a few racist characters
Yeah.
in that movie.
I
It's
know.
kind of crazy. Like
I know.
when I look at it,
It's pretty bad.
like you could maybe look at some of the alien types in like Return Jabba's palace and be like, oh, that's racist. But like straight up, episode 1 is like, dude, no, that's an Asian.
That's what
Yeah.
I was gonna
Okay,
say.
that's a Jamaican
what I was
guy.
gonna say
Like,
is,
that's-
I was looking at it. I can't remember what I was looking at, but it showed a picture of Amidala in her like whole get up.
Oh, it's Mongolian.
It's a Mongolian noblewoman's dress.
Yeah.
Almost
Like,
every
you know,
single.
exactly.
There's
like,
a
down
few
to
of her
every
outfits
detail.
that are like straight up like ripped from culture. Yeah, like historical.
I
Culture.
kind of felt like the 4, 5, and 6 kind of ripped World War II for some reason.
Only in the way that like they made they made the Empire seem in those movies like our propaganda made the Nazis seem.
Right.
Like so, yeah, I can see that totally.
But like the First Order, the way that they're
The evil empire, the axis of evil.
right.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
So like my gripe is that the First Order did not seem menacing enough to me.
Oh,
It just kind of seemed
well.
like an organization.
Yeah.
okay, the reason
It
I
just
thought
seems like these little guys at war with each other
okay,
now.
the reason I thought that like maybe the First Order was like not intimidating at the same time as being scary is kind of what you said about how small they are, right?
Yeah.
But considering how small they are, look at what they were able to do.
See, that's the other thing.
Like,
where the fuck did how
were they able to turn a fucking planet into a fucking space station?
and
like
how
that?
did no one notice that this thing was going to be a giant Death Star?
And how are they even
Yeah.
like powering this thing more than twice? Like that's the other thing I had to quit because it eats suns.
Yeah, so if
It
it's
eats-
eating if it's
It has
eating
to
the
move
sun
from
that's
its
behind it.
system.
Okay, is it able to do that?
Yeah, it has to.
I wasn't sure if the planet itself could even fucking move, and
it
I was like,
drains the
dude, this
sun.
thing's done after like this second
Yeah.
sun.
It drains the sun out.
Because it
and
didn't
then
look like
blasts.
it didn't look like it moved after the first blast. You know?
How do they move it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
I mean,
How do they
how'd
move
they
the
move the Death
viewers
Star?
of Death
Like
Star?
I
Yeah.
don't want to
I
play
don't think
the
they
science
they
card,
didn't
but that's kind
they
of
didn't move the Death Star actually. That's the whole point. Like that's
They
why
had to.
no, that's why in the first movie that they couldn't just blast the fucking rebel headquarters. They had to wait for the fucking Death Star to orbit around the planet enough that it was out of the arc of the planet it was orbiting around, so it could get a shot off.
Oh, they thought it was. A
They
moon.
show it. They
They-
show
they
like
have
the
to-
orbit of the planet and the Death Star coming up around it, and they're like 30 seconds, 30, and then it's like getting right there, and then that's when Luke drops the bombs and fucking blows that whole shit up sky high.
Alderaan is in a completely different system. Than
Alderaan
those
was
other
gone.
planets.
Yeah,
no,
Alderaan
my
was
point
gone.
being is they killed that at the beginning, and then magically it's in another system later.
Oh yeah, it looked like it was right in front of it.
So
I
had
from
to
what
move.
I
I
from
thought
what,
it was rebuilt.
no. She's talking about like how like the Death Star blows up Alderaan at the beginning of the
very
movie,
beginning
And it looks
and
like
then
it's right
at the
in front of
very
it.
end, like it's fucking seeming like it's like right next to the rebel base, then right?
Yeah, he's
I,
not talking
I
about
don't
when it
think
was
Okay.
I
next
don't
to
think that's
Endor.
the case though. I think that it's actually just firing off around like a long way away,
Kind of like what Starkiller Base did.
kind of, but like even maybe further. Cause like, dude, Starkiller Base, all those planets they killed were like obviously right next to each other. Cause on the one planet, you could see them all going off. You know,
Yeah.
like, but in this one, or with the Death Star at least, I got the feeling like it could have been shooting off like way far away, and they only mathematically knew where Alderaan was. You know.
Yeah.
Like, the only reason you think that it's close to Alderaan is because like you see the shot go off, and then Alderaan instantly explodes. For all
It
you know, it
shows
could have
it
like
from-
taken like 2 minutes to get there.
it
Like,
showed it from the cockpit of like the Death Star. They were in that they were looking out at Alderaan.
man, okay, you're right. You're kind of like right because if they're not moving the Death Star, then that's kind of a big plot hole. Because it's like, oh, the Rebel base is like right next to Alderaan.
Yeah.
Like,
It's just I'm fairly certain they can move it.
Yeah.
Like,
because
I'm pretty sure it's the same way that.
oh
they,
wait,
it's
unless
like
the Rebel
anti-grav-
base
anti-grav
is the
technology.
second one.
Huh?
Okay, because I said like, okay, what if Alderaan's really far away? Like it would take a while for the blast to get there. It could be like that for the Rebel base. It could be the one that's far away,
Maybe.
and like maybe that's also why the orbit arc, like the planet itself that the Death Star is orbiting around, getting in the way, is a bigger problem. Because like it might have been like
I don't know,
situated
they
on
show
the other
them,
side.
They show them like warp speeding away from that thing and like going to
The
other
Death
planets
Star?
and stuff. Yeah.
That thing's crazy.
I
scary.
honestly would have to like have like some really like more Star Wars centric person lay out because I don't.
You could just wiki it some other time.
I know Death Star 2.
All I know is.
I know Death Star 2 specifically doesn't move because fucking if it moved away from Endor, its shields wouldn't even exist.
Yeah.
So like it has to be there all
it's,
the time.
It's honestly gripe number 2 for me.
what
For the Force Awakens.
Star Killer
Is that Star Killer
planet?
Base was just another Death Star that we had to blow up.
Except monstrously like almost
Which does
unbelievably
not change a
impossibly
fucking thing
big.
for me. I don't care if it's 5 times bigger, 100 times bigger. You
Dude,
still have to attack one little fucking
okay,
point on it
At
to
this
blow it
at
up.
this point, you're
You
gonna
might
have
as
to
well just call it a Death Star.
at this
Yeah.
Come on.
Death Star 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this okay, Death
We're building
Super
a
Death Star. Just
a
some
big Death Star.
Okay. Okay, like remember though, like these movies, like I don't want to admit that the prequels exist really even at all, but like
I know.
if you take the prequels into it and then you add the original trilogy and then you put this on top of it, a big part of the Star Wars movies is reoccurrence of themes.
Right. No,
Okay,
I get it.
and-
It's just this movie was the exact same plot point precision as A New Hope. That was my biggest gripe about it, but I liked the film. I liked Force Awakens. I just felt like I,
feel like-
was watching
Okay.
I was watching A
New
New
Hope.
Hope all over again.
Okay,
With
well,
Rey as Luke.
Here's
New
here's one thing.
characters.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's one thing though, like that's I feel like you could take from that. One is, well, if this was New Hope, then goddamn, we're gonna get a new Empire next.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, and
But
second,
but this is the other thing.
second is like, wouldn't you rather have fucking a spiritual successor to A New Hope than a fucking reboot?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, just checking.
But this
'Cause,
is, that's why I'm not saying that's why I'm not shitting on it. I'm just saying that it was one of my gripes where I was like, wow, you really couldn't. You guys didn't want to think of something new. You wanted to go
it
back to
seemed
that.
fairly new because
They play it kinda safe.
I feel like the things
Yeah.
that I feel
jumping on point again.
Yeah.
I think there's
The plot
generations
itself-
of people who haven't even seen the original.
Exactly, and I think that was the point, to get people into Rey and Finn that way.
the plot itself was from a surface like view of it.
Yeah.
New Hope, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But there's so many like little subtle things like
Yeah,
just
it
peppered
wasn't-
in there.
it wasn't
that, like,
exactly the same
where
film, it
It's
was just
not
the
only
same,
setting
like-
up for future shit, but also differentiating itself from A New Hope
Yeah.
in those little ways.
It's the same antagonism.
Like
basically,
I'm
though.
just saying, like it's different enough where I didn't feel like it was like straight up just. It wasn't like watching Austin Powers 2 and being all like, dude, they literally just changed the dialogue.
If I
that's
told
the
you
only
the
difference.
plot points, then you would be like, okay, yeah, it's the same film.
No, I know the plot points, but like.
Even Han going after Kylo is Obi-Wan going after Darth Vader and then dying on the
Yeah, but he
fucking
didn't do
thing.
it for the same reason.
No,
he literally
did
was
it.
trying to get his son back, and
Right.
his son killed, and it just ended up being the same way. Is it did fuel the people that saw it, but Han didn't fucking sacrifice himself on purpose.
No, he didn't. But he did go after. What was Obi-Wan doing?
What do you mean? Obi-Wan was fucking. Obi-Wan knew Luke was gonna be fueled by it, and so he sacrificed himself to Vader right in front of him.
He was shutting off the generator for the tractor beam or whatever.
And
Yeah,
Han was.
that's what he did, but like I mean, like when he sacrificed
Vader.
himself, he didn't even have to fight Vader. He could have went straight back to the Falcon.
He had to hold off Vader.
Yeah,
He
Yeah, I
wasted
guess-
Vader
guess
made
you're
it
right.
there.
Blue
He
time.
would have fucking just destroyed the ship.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Just crunched it.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, like he didn't fight him though. Like
Not really,
he
no.
said like I will become more powerful like than you ever imagined or something like right after that. And it's because of he knew it was gonna like do that to Luke, but Han didn't know that
No.
per se. By the way, who wants to talk about Han maybe having force powers?
Han, like, even in A New Hope, Han says something about, oh, everything that happens to me is luck. And then Obi-Wan's like, there's no such thing as luck.
Yeah.
That's the Force.
He also does stuff like he's always like shooting people without even looking and stuff like that. Like
He's
he
always-
knows they're there.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, like the Sarlacc pit, and then in this movie, he literally does a one shot without fucking looking at all.
He even takes out Boba Fett, like the galaxy's like most infamous fucking bounty hunter, and he takes him out with like a broom handle.
Yeah.
'cause
Okay.
It turns so quick.
Yeah.
Like,
So Finn uses a lightsaber in this.
Yeah.
But do you think because like I mean I think
Are you saying you think he has force
all
powers?
Yeah.
three of the new characters have force powers.
I don't
Kylo-
think Finn does, unless it's really Han's son, which is a spoiler from the comic books.
yeah
Because-
I was gonna bring that up. I
Because
think
Han's
no I think Finn,
Han's ex-wife is black.
I think Finn and Rey might actually be related like by Han.
I can't remember where.
And I
heard
think
it, but
that Han
it was
has the
something
Force.
like Finn might be related to Sam Jackson's character.
Oh,
That's what
yeah.
I
Oh.
was thinking.
Yeah.
Man, what?
Yeah,
To
'cause
the
he's the
one
only- he's
other
the
black
only
guy in the
but he's
fucking-
not allowed to have kids.
Yeah, yeah.
And Mace Windu was like one of the most strictest Jedi.
Yeah, he was.
He wouldn't
No,
have had
see, that's the
babies.
He barely even
That's
talked.
the thing is he was basically as close as you could get to using dark side powers without you actually using them.
Oh, really?
Mace Windu was, yeah.
Hmm.
Like
But he didn't-
his
but-
saber style was based
Yeah.
on aggression and stuff like that. They
But I
said.
wouldn't see
Like,
him doing what Anakin did and having sex with a woman and making a baby.
I don't know actually.
Which is dumb because like why wouldn't you
Well,
let people
also-
have families?
also-
but that's just like a Green Lantern corpse thing.
Also, they
it's
fucking always
because
talk
the
about.
emotions lead to the dark side.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, it also like they also talk
Stupid.
about fucking the Force like being strong in families and bloodlines, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like
Why wouldn't you want more of them?
wait, but so does every Jedi that has a baby end up going dark side or
I
something?
guess
and that's
if we look
why-
at it, it kind of goes that way.
Yeah.
Or it's like
maybe.
it skips a generation
That's
and
why
you
they
get a
like
Sith.
try and teach you like
Well,
to basically kill your emotions.
That's
before
why
you-
I like
or kill your
that's,
son
That's
and
why I
keep
like.
your grandkid.
That's why I specifically think Kylo Ren's probably the best Sith I've seen on camera so far is because of the emotional level. And I know people are gonna hate it and they're gonna be like, "Oh, he's like a Nemo little crybaby."
You just seem bipolar.
But like, well, yeah, but like, isn't that
Yeah.
why? Isn't that like why you're supposed to like not
Man,
like the dark side? And I think also it's not just the dark side that's like ruling over him, even though that is making his emotions rampant. But he literally says, "I feel something like tearing me in half." I think he literally has a light side portion of him that's always in the background, just like
I
fucking
can't remember
Vader's
who
was, you
I
know.
can't remember who he said it to, but he was talking about feeling the pull to the light side still.
It was
That was-
Solo. It was right before.
No,
yeah,
he
it
was,
was.
no, he was saying that to the Darth Vader mask.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No, he
No, he
said
did.
to
He
Vader,
said, "I
"Show
can
me
feel
the
it."
power of the dark side."
Yeah, and before that, he said, "I can feel it, pulling me to the light."
I'm pretty sure that
I
was.
thought he said it to Han.
Yeah, he
He
says-
did. He said it to both, but he said to Han.
I don't think he said it to both.
He said, "Oh,
I
Daddy,
remember it for the
don't touch me, Daddy."
Okay, I mean, I'll agree to disagree on that. But I
Don't
don't
touch
think.
me again.
Yeah, you are going to be disappointed with him, Ray, because
I
he
will-
touches people.
I will give you that. Like he probably does seem like, oh, he left his family life because they were too good of parents or some shit like that.
No way! I bet Daddy was never there. I mean, like, look at the way Leia and
Or
him
that.
interacted with each other. Unless Ben Solo going, which is Kylo Ren, unless he fucking they break up kind
That's
of
the
because of
impression I
Ben
got.
Solo.
That's the impression I got. They seem
I
like
got that
parents.
impression as well.
Yeah, they seem like parents
He
who
was
like
the
kid had
rift.
died, and
But
like,
why would
they
and
said
that's what
something
broke
to the
them up.
effect of like we should have sent him to Luke or something like that.
That's what they did say. They did send
Yeah.
him to Luke.
Yeah,
And-
that's
and,
kind of
like,
what went wrong. I
it
thought.
kinda-
Like,
I just got like this like impression that he was like a kind of like a bad kid maybe, and like they were trying to straighten him out, and then this is what ended up happening, and it forced them apart.
Yeah, I think they
couldn't deal
blame
with it.
themselves.
Yeah.
Leia said we sent him to Luke because he had the Force, and I guess maybe he was using it at a young age.
I just get the impression though that that's what broke them up though was when they lost him.
Yeah.
Like,
No, that's what they said.
Yeah. Okay.
He's basically, I can't remember when it was, but they said that like he didn't leave until Ben fucking just disappeared.
Man.
Like
Ben.
Old Ben Kenobi.
That
Ben
was just,
Kenobi Skywalker.
when he yelled it, I
Or
was
Han
like
Solo.
simultaneously like, really, and also just like, okay, that's cool. Like it was weird how like I was
He's like, Ben!
yeah, Ben.
I was like, oh, he's gonna call him Benjen. So like, when they said that that Luke was on this other planet, they were explaining how he was training these other people.
I don't think it was on that planet.
He was
Because remember,
no.
they
He,
said he
somewhere
went,
else.
They said he went to go look for the first Jedi temple.
Right, that was
They-
his soul.
they
That was his
kinda-
penance for whatever he
They
did.
kind of show it in that flashback when she touches the saber. Like it's like
Right. Yeah, they showed the Knights of Ren, which is Kylo Ren's group, right? That I think that's the group that Luke was training to be Jedi,
Mm-hmm.
and they called them the Knights of Ren,
Okay.
right? And then I think fucking he killed all of them.
Kylo. Well,
Yeah,
like
because
the
he
little-
killed because they said that he killed all of
like the
them.
little kids in the
At
fucking
least-
Jedi temple.
Yeah.
It might not- it might
He
not-
probably's like, I'm stronger than all you fuckers. And then he took them all on, and then he killed all of them. And then Luke was like, "What the fuck are you
Might not have
doing?"
anything to do with it, but at least it was in the comics for the extended universe. They weren't Jedi, but they were Force sensitive people. Who
Yeah.
had lightsabers.
Yeah, you're talking about the people that had like the technology stuff.
I can't remember, but they
Yeah.
basically went around. They either had white or like light blue.
Yeah,
lightsabers,
the Emperor was
and they were almost like knights.
the Emperor was thinking of making them his new guard,
Yeah, they were
and then getting rid of
basically
Vader because the Emperor the entire time the original trilogy is happening, the Emperor's trying to find Darth Vader's replacement already because he's like, this guy fucking, I don't want him anymore.
Fucking Vader, man. He ends up like killing basically anybody that could replace him. Also,
He does.
Like
He goes.
through-
He's like, "What are you looking for now, Master?"
That's
Boom, boom,
actually
boom.
the biggest thing I got mad. That's actually one of the biggest reasons. Man, so many people were saying shit like that too. Think
What?
when Star Wars came out, that fucking he's just a black man underneath the Emperor, the white
And
man.
it turned out to be.
Yeah,
There's a
and
white
then
man
it took-
underneath that
and then,
suit.
and then no, they thought that was an even bigger disrespect. It was like there was even a white man in the black
Well,
man.
fuck, you guys must have been real pissed with Jar Jar.
Yeah,
Because that was the worst slap in the face.
I bet he was white too secretly.
I didn't even see him as racist.
It's not Star
really.
Wars, it's Star
Dude,
Roots.
no.
I know.
If you saw the guy, if you saw the guy that actually played Jar Jar dancing around without the CG on,
Did you know
and
Michael
stuff,
Jackson
it's
was
just
supposed to be Jar Jar?
No.
Yes.
I don't believe that.
No, it's true.
Okay.
Michael
How can
Jackson.
you say?
I'm
How
gonna
can you?
yell
I am
about
not
it.
kidding.
That's
How
true.
can you say that that's unbelievable after some of the shit you've told me about?
Yeah.
It's
George
not
Lucas?
true. Michael,
Jar Jar.
I'm not kidding.
You
No, I'm not even kidding. Lucas, Michael Jackson said, "I want to be in the movie," and then he was like, "Oh, I got a great role for you.
the
You
one
can try
that's
for
gonna
Jar
be
Jar."
right next to the little kid the whole time.
And
Like
get
that's
this, he was gonna fucking sing and dance.
dude.
I almost.
You wanna see it, right?
I want that actually. I
would
happen.
I would like to look at that from here into another universe, maybe like for maybe 3 minutes just to see what that would have looked like. But I don't want that to have
Well,
existed.
I like Jar Jar. I think he's fun. I think he's a fun character.
That's why they made him.
I
It's
know.
to appeal to children,
I
just
hated
like
him.
that. It's not good. They don't need him. C-3PO is about as like kitty as I can handle.
But that's
in
what
a
I'm
Star
saying.
Wars
Is
movie.
like we already saw what that Jar Jar was like, so it would be kind of cool to see a Michael Jackson Jar Jar.
How
that
old were
sings
we
and
when?
dances.
How old were we when the episode 1 came out?
We were like 15 at
Yeah,
least.
so we were
and, like,
shitting
you
all
guys
over
were
it.
older.
It was in like 2000 someone.
You
You
guys-
were a
yeah,
little
like,
younger than us.
I
How
was
did you
in-
feel
I
about
was
Jar
in
Jar?
7th grade.
Yeah.
I was in 7th grade, and I liked Jar Jar. I was like, oh, he's
I don't
fun,
know.
and he talks weird. And
He's like Goofy.
and he lives underwater.
The
I've always
only-
wanted to live
the
underwater,
only way
so I was like, he's
I ever
cool.
could have accepted Jar Jar was if, like, in that movie, like, all the Gungans died and he got all, like, dark and was all like, I hate the Empire.
He literally
That would have been cool.
No, but like,
Yeah.
okay, or what if he'd been actually useful? Like let's say he was like really good at something. Like, what if Jar Jar was an asshole that whole movie, but then it turned out he was like the best fighter pilot?
Actually, the truth
Like
is,
that wouldn't have been so bad. But it's like, dude, he had literally no
Qui-Gon-
value in those movies other than being a joke.
Qui-Gon
that's
and
just
Obi-Wan kept him around a lot as
Yeah.
a buddy, and it was because he was actually Qui-Gon's lover.
Yeah.
I'm just
I'm
kidding.
okay with that too.
Dude,
Michael
Interspecies
Jackson.
He turned him into a
relationships.
sex slave.
Just-
Yoda.
just-
That's what Poe is. Poe's an interspecies relationship, baby. Relationship
well, like
baby.
I don't
He's a
know
Mun.
the
He's a Mun. He's half Mun.
the prequels did
Like,
so
Olivia
much
Munn.
shit
when you
wrong.
first said that, I was all like, "Are you trying to make it like he's human but half man? Like
Yeah.
half man,
Half Mun. I get it.
Half Mun.
but like
2.5
human,
Mun.
half man. Like
He's half Mun.
All right. So what else about the Star Wars? Cool.
I was gonna say though, like when you're talking about Vader, that Ren actually reminds me of a lot of Vader too, and how like he moves. He's like really slow and
It reminds
deliberate,
me of a young
and,
Anakin.
and the way he swings his sword, like it reminds me of Vader.
He reminds me of teenage Anakin.
He kind of doesn't remind me. Well, the way he acts reminds me of teenage Anakin.
Yeah,
right?
except a way
the
more
way
extreme.
the way he fights though is like
Yeah.
Vader. You know,
Yeah.
like
He's very unpredictable.
This
which
is the thing.
Good.
I didn't understand because, like, in the beginning sequence when we first see Kylo Ren, he stops the blaster bolt. He's a fucking badass. He force grabs that dude in the throat by pulling him towards his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then all this other cool stuff. And then all of a sudden, he's like a weak person.
I don't think
And I don't care if he gets shot in the fucking gut.
What?
And then fights
It's not
two
because of
people that are
It's
just
not because
learned.
of that.
No, I'm not talking about that. I
No.
think they're disrupting his like ability to concentrate and even like to focus
He himself
somehow.
is doing that.
Yeah.
Well,
Because,
yeah.
It's because the whole time he's still being torn between good and evil.
yeah,
yeah,
he's
And, like,
conflicted.
Oh,
So like it's like
and
his shit comes and goes
the
basically.
most like all
Yeah.
Jedi powers have to do with concentration, and like if he can't even think
because
right,
he's
like,
bipolar.
if he doesn't even.
He
Well,
literally
no.
just killed his dad too. Remember that?
He's,
So like he's probably fucking
He thanked him
going
for
through a
helping
whole.
him.
He got
Yeah,
his
but like
period.
Well, no,
he,
think like
there's a whole range of fucking emotions going on there. probably.
Anakin basically got screwed over because he started training when he was like 8 or 9,
Mhm.
and he'd already missed those first few years of being able to control his emotions.
Yeah.
That's probably exactly what happened to him.
Yeah.
That and, I don't know. I
Like,
know
he-
it's Hayden Christensen's
Seen too
fault,
much
but
life.
like
Well, he's
Anakin seems
being
dumb,
trained by
too.
someone with like secondhand Jedi skills. Even though if Luke is a master, he's never trained anyone.
Yeah. And he's never really been trained that well
Yeah.
either.
If
Like,
Luke is a
he's-
master now, it's not from his
Yoda
training.
trained him
It's
pretty good.
Yoda did not train
his
him
whole
worth
like
shit.
his
Yeah.
whole 2 days of training.
They
That's
go-
all
they
he
go in-
needed.
No, this is what happened. He's like,
He
lift,
comes
lift
back
the
and
fucking
then
plane out of the
Yoda
muck.
dies.
Okay, I can't do it. I fucking
taught-
failed.
Do
Well, you
handstand.
fucking suck.
Do
And then he
barrel
lifts the
roll.
plane and says, get the fuck off my planet.
taught-
No, he says don't go,
He
but
taught him
like
how to connect to the Force. That's,
That's
basically
right.
what he did, and it all came down to, I think, is he had the same reservations about Luke as he did about Vader before them. It's because
except even more real because he's like super old at that
That's
point.
what I
No,
mean.
then Obi-Wan says, like, he can do it. And then Yoda's like, no, he fucking can't. And then he's like, and then Obi-Wan's like, whoa, no, but I mean this. And he's like, nah, there's another.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's talking about Leia.
He's,
Well, okay.
technically, Ivan Kirshner didn't know what the fuck he was talking about when,
Yeah.
when he
They,
had
He was
that
setting up a
line.
trilogy.
Some of the
No, Lucas
extended-
was, but Kirshner was just directing.
In some of the extended universe stuff, they talk about him like going to find Jedi holocrons.
Yes.
Yeah,
in
no,
the comic
that-
book he is.
And that's where he like learned how to like rebuild his saber.
Didn't you say-
Between,
Didn't you say he like even found some Sith ones? And
Yeah.
like so that's
He did.
why like
See this in the comic, which is another spoiler. He finds this like a hut, one of the Jabba the Hutt guys, and he's like this collector of Jedi and Sith relics, and he has hella holocrons. And then he's like, "Yeah, sure, you're a living Jedi? That's fucking awesome. Come, let me just watch this stuff.
Look at the library."
Yeah, and so he goes there and he stays there and he starts to watch these things and learn a little more about being a Jedi, being a Sith, and then all of a sudden he starts wearing black.
I was gonna say
they're gonna have to do
they
stuff
talk
like
about the holocrons as being almost like miniature Force ghosts.
Yeah, that's
where
what they are.
they have basically like connections to the people that made them, and so you are almost start getting tinted by them when you use them, because you have to like use your Force powers as a catalyst to open it.
Yeah.
Well, whatever they do, they're gonna have to like basically have Luke learn somehow fucking to use the Force more than he was able to at the end of Return, because at the end of Return of the Jedi, he's basically on the level that Rey is at the end of this movie.
That's where
And,
took 15
and he
minutes.
wouldn't be able to fucking like teach a whole group of people. Like,
I think she's
unless
been
it's
using
just-
the Force her whole life. She just didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Well, technically,
Right.
I feel like everybody that's strong in the Force is doing that. They just don't know it.
I thought she was
You
just
know?
using her
Like-
her fucking vault pole thing or whatever it is.
Yeah, like shock.
That's
stick or
basically all
whatever.
she learned how to.
I just mean
Her
like
staff. That's all she learned. That's the way she learned how to use a lightsaber. That was my excuse for that. But
I
the
thought,
rest of it,
honestly, they did a close-up shot of it, and the very end of it looked almost identical to a lightsaber, and so I thought that
It
was
does
going to
look
be
like one.
part lightsaber. Like,
it might
I-
become one.
I always like think it's this fucking vibro sticks from fucking KOTOR. Like when
Vibroblade?
yeah,
Yeah.
where it doesn't
that'd
look
just
like
be
it's
a
moving.
sword, though.
No,
Like,
they aren't. Like, well, some
No,
of them are.
They were poles. Some
Yeah,
of them
some-
were poles.
Yeah,
They went like this.
mhm.
You can't see that, guys.
Fucking no, I didn't really have like a hard time understanding Rey's character though. Like I just assumed, I guess, that she was super fucking like Yoda strong in the Force even without training. My bigger questions came in with like Finn, like especially like what the fuck was this like his first mission? Like
Finn?
I don't
It
assume
was. He said that
Yeah,
it
they
was.
said
Oh,
that.
it was his first mission.
Yeah, he said this was my first mission, and I saw people die, and I didn't think it was right, and that's
So
why I
what
went and said
happens
that.
like in this training sequence where somebody's training for like 15? Are they on another planet
they,
somewhere?
They
or
don't
something?
have.
I'm
It's
asking,
not.
like-
I know. I mean, it's not like the clones where they had an accelerated lifespan.
No, I know.
You'd have to like go through and train and basically get to the point where you're almost in college. Then, because like
Yeah,
So they just have fucking like Empire
schools.
yeah, they do.
Yeah.
out there.
But that's the
Yeah.
thing, like, I didn't
Or
understand
whatever.
was they take these kids when they're babies and they put them on there and stuff like that. And then, like, they should be programmed, they should be brainwashed to be this certain way, right? They should all kind of act the same, similar.
Well, I think that's,
That's
the
why-
Force.
That's why I think
that's-
he has Force powers.
Yeah.
really? Because he was sassy?
he could feel.
'Cause he was
no,
sassy.
He could feel all those people.
That's
dying.
him, but like
That's
him,
not him.
No, him having a personality.
Your
is the
personality is your surroundings most
no,
of the
okay,
time.
listen.
part. No,
Listen, I think what
that's
it was.
that's
is
not been proven at all.
He could feel all those people in the village dying.
Yeah.
And so it like kind of kicked in, like activated his Force like sensitivity.
I think it was because
And
he
then-
watched his best friend die.
I was gonna say, watching that guy die right in front of
Which
him.
guy?
The guy that put the
Oh,
bow
yeah,
on his
you're
head.
right.
And
You're right.
he
Just
wasn't
exploded.
exactly sassy until he started conversing with Poe, and that's probably the only person that's ever actually treated him like a human being
So he's
up
just
to that point.
So he's just
Yeah, he
imitating
gave him
It
an
was-
actual name.
Yeah.
like
I'll call you Finn.
Yeah,
Like,
instead
FN
of treating him
102
like
or
he's a
some shit.
machine.
it was Poe and then Rey.
They
Yeah.
let him
They
like
humanized
instantly
him.
build a personality. You know?
Yeah.
So I guess he learned how to be a human being like Rey learned how to be a Jedi in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, kinda. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Like-
we only got 2 hours and 10 minutes of movies.
I
so
mean,
we
like-
had to kind of speed things up a little.
Do we? Because Luke took 3 movies to become a fucking...
Yeah. Dude, he
I
had
don't
other
know.
shit. He
Well,
was
I mean,
Okay.
Rey's not finished yet. I mean, she's really
Yeah.
kind of just getting to the beginning of her journey,
know.
I'd say. Like,
They were hinting at her origins too pretty hard, especially when they...
Yeah. Who do you think her family is?
I
think
have
her
3
daddy's
theories.
Luke.
Could be.
Who
Luke,
did you say?
Luke seems like... It could be Luke is one of them. But he seems like he's too much into the Jedi thing to like
Well, like
have
that's
time
what
for
that's what I
babies.
said. Like
he
I was.
may have accidentally got someone pregnant, didn't even know.
Someone
I'm
could have
just
took a
saying.
sperm.
In,
If somebody's getting more serious into Jedi training, though, like that's specifically one of the things they say not to do, though.
in the comics,
This is just all
in
I'm
the
saying.
extended universe,
He had a kid, right?
Mara Jade or whatever.
Yeah, basically, the woman he ended up like marrying.
Wasn't it an
was-
assassin that was sent to kill him, or
She was the Emperor's new apprentice.
new apprentice? That's right.
And
That's
basically,
hot.
yeah, and basically, like they fell in love for some reason. And then there was also a time where the Emperor was gonna take, he like basically had kidnapped Leia, and was gonna make her his new apprentice, and that's when, like, in the comics, he went to go be the Emperor's apprentice,
I like the clones too.
and all that stuff doesn't
The
matter
clone
anymore, but-
Palpatines
Then
also.
Leia went riding hogs.
God.
And then she popped out a baby and didn't want Han to know.
In the comics,
She left it on Jack.
in the
So-
comic- no, in the
You said
comics,
something cool about
Han and-
fucking Snoke's. Actually, that you thought like maybe
That
was
he's
happening.
Darth Plagueis?
Yeah, that he was like, was Darth Plagueis or was fucking
Oh, that he might be Darth Vader.
or I thought you said Palpatine.
Yeah, okay. He could be Palpatine if Palpatine like got all fucked up as he was falling down the thing.
Why
and
couldn't
then
he? Why couldn't
and
he
then
possess?
he just brought
Why
himself.
couldn't
His,
he possessed another dude too?
his force power could have just put his body back together that way. Or
But you said it looks like the month.
this is the other thing.
right?
You had mentioned that Snoke had this piece of his head missing.
He's got a
Yeah,
giant gash in it. Like
So-
someone took an axe
like
to
a
it.
saber
So
or
did
something.
Anakin Skywalker when Darth Vader took his fucking mask off to see his son for the first time without his mask. He had a chunk of his head missing in the same spot. So what if this thing is just a burnt up fucking Darth Vader that was that the Emperor actually like
They showed
possessed?
his hands. He's like,
he has hands.
He has hands?
They showed
Yeah,
flesh-
that's
his
true.
flesh.
He's
Actually,
just gotten better, like, you know.
Yeah.
that's
like,
how you know,
new
dude.
hands.
Hold on,
You never know,
Vader
like-
did
It's true,
have
it's
his
true.
hands.
These are
Yeah.
things though. These are things that you like. Anything can be possible. But yeah, I think it's Plagueis.
I think that
That'd be
if
cool.
Palpatine
Go
is in
back
it,
to the start.
Palpatine is who Kylo Ren thinks Vader is. I think Palpatine is trying to influence him by telling him he is Vader. Because by the end, Vader had redeemed himself and he was Anakin again.
well,
So
when
why would he
Anakin
come back and
when-
turn his
Yeah. And I
grandson
think,
to the dark side?
Anakin is actually the pull to the light side that he's feeling.
when Palpatine is tricking Anakin into being a Sith or whatever, and he tells him about Plagueis, he basically makes it sound like he's Plagueis.
Yeah, he does.
He implies.
He does.
But if you listen,
It's a lie.
really not him, yeah.
Right, of course.
Didn't you say Plague? I always say it's Plagueis. Didn't you say Plagueis fucking was a Mun also though?
He's a Mun, and it looks just like that. But that thing, it's hard to tell how big that thing is because it's like a giant
I
fucking.
don't think it's nearly that big.
No way,
I
like
think it's
a-
probably like
yeah.
7 feet tall.
But
Yeah,
that
7
picture,
feet.
That picture you showed me though of like the book about it.
Yeah, it was a
He
giant
was
thing.
that big. Like,
Yeah,
it was,
yeah,
like,
I know.
ridiculous. It was
I know that
crazy,
he's. I'm
actually.
talking. We're talking about the Darth Plagueis book, which may or may not be canon, or some of it might be used.
Well, dude, that
Anything-
looks like it was
anything
straight up
from
like the emphasis for, like it was the inspiration for that
Yeah,
specific
Basically,
I'm pretty sure
anything
that's just
from
a-
episode 1 now
Yeah.
on is canon.
okay,
I thought specifically this the
But
stuff
the
that was
books-
canon
the
were,
book came out
were the
during
movies episode 1, 2, and 3,
Did it come out
and then
after
the Clone
episode
Wars
1?
cartoon.
it came out after episode 3.
It's canon.
Okay, so then that's Darth Plagueis.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I thought all the books, like in general, were just gone now.
The
Like,
extended universe of
yeah.
stuff that generally applies to the stuff that came in between the end of the original trilogy and the beginning of
yeah,
the
but I
new
thought they
trilogy.
literally blanked the whole fucking slate, like everything.
When Disney
up-
took over.
Yeah, and they said
Well,
it
I
was
mean-
just the movies, it was Clone Wars, and it was everything after this point.
Well, the Clone Wars, there's
And if that was
that's
the case, then that
basically the
book
same
wouldn't
as
matter.
The books.
What?
I said the Clone Wars is basically the same as the books.
The Clone Wars is not like dude. That shit is not in Clone Wars that he's just talking about.
There's a whole
Plagueis?
bunch of stuff in the Clone Wars cartoon and now then the CGE one.
Well,
Darth
I
Plagueis-
guess I won't say I know that for a fact, but I'm pretty sure it's not in there. Because like that would take place before episode 1.
Yeah, the Darth Plagueis book like starts during episode 1 and it ends in episode 6 or a little bit after 6.
Oh shit! It goes like
Basically,
through Palpatine's
He's
whole life.
old because Darth Plagueis can hold his life force.
Wait, so
with the
Well, he's
Force.
probably also he's an alien and they have different lifespans.
Yeah, he lives a
Wait,
long
so
time.
so Palpatine didn't kill Plagueis?
No, that's what I said. He was
weird.
Palpatine was reporting back to Plagueis the entire time as he was the Emperor.
Oh, dude, then that's him.
Yeah,
him
it's
under-
gotta be-
It's
it's
him
gotta be
under a
Plagueis.
different name.
It's gotta be Plagueis. They're probably he probably just doesn't want to say that he is.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, no,
totally.
because they're gonna wait until someone calls him Darth. Like,
Yeah.
and be like, and what?
And now, yeah,
And
now
the
that
second one,
now that Snoke said bring him home, bring Kylo,
finish his training.
yeah, to finish his training, he's probably gonna be like, dude, I'm Plagueis.
He's
I-
also
I'm-
gonna,
I'm-
he's gonna get robot parts.
Yeah, that's what I was just
Kylo?
saying. Yeah,
on his face or something?
Yeah, his
He
face
got
slashed.
shot. He got his leg cut, his arm cut. His
Yeah, he was
face
all
cut.
fucked up, dude.
He's gonna
You really think
be a
robot
cyborg.
parts though?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that
I
kinda
didn't see
I
that.
didn't
Dude,
think-
he's
I
gonna
didn't
be
think
the
that's
new
what happened.
Vader. Like, they're turning him into, like,
I think that's what he
thematics. Like I
wants.
said, reoccurring themes, dude.
I think that he's gonna be a fully functional human being that wants to keep his mask on because he wants to feel like Vader.
Nah, dude. I
He's
think
at
his
least gonna
face.
have a
Yeah,
giant
I'm like, he's
scar.
got.
Oh yeah,
And he's
hope
gonna
he
go
keeps- I hope
pale,
he
I
looks like
bet,
shit.
too. I bet he's gonna go super
the
pale
scar
and dead
to make
looking.
him look more menacing. Because
Make
if he
him-
doesn't have the mask on,
He's
he's
gonna-
not very scary.
He's
I
gonna be
don't
like,
know
check it
about
out,
this.
Grandpa. I look just like you now.
He's gonna have a shaved head.
Yeah.
That would be good.
And be
Yeah.
Full Sith.
yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I
Pale
want his
and
skin to
gray.
look like it's fucking rotting off almost, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
It
he's
will
good.
no, because
That's what happens to them
their
all.
skin starts
Oh.
cracking and stuff.
It's
around
the
their
evil
faces.
coming out.
Did you
like-
expect him to take his mask off so soon, or did you think that he would have done it? I thought that maybe he should have held off until Han
Yeah.
confronted him on that bridge.
Storytelling
I agree with you.
wise, yeah, it probably would have actually worked a little better. The only reason I think that, like, I mean, the only
Because
reason
the
I
person
don't-
was like, "You gonna talk to my face?"
well, the reason
And
I
he's like, "Yep."
And
The
she's
reason-
like she called her a monster who hides behind a mask, and then like I think the point was everyone expected him to be deformed.
Yeah,
I
So
think
when he took it off,
normal
there's-
human
it's
being.
kind of a contradiction. There's
I
no
mean,
reason
you
for him
still
to
would have
wear
got
it.
just
that.
a guy with big ears
You still would have got.
and big nose.
You still would have got that when with Han, like if he would have done it then. But I think, and this is going into my theories about it, but I think that Rey and him are related also. And I think that it was getting them in the same room at the same time,
So is he a-
looking at each other like
So
as
what
they
if-
kind of normally look.
What if she's a
Yeah.
Solo instead of a Skywalker?
I think she is a Solo.
So you think she's one of Han's descendants?
I
Or
think
maybe
I-
Han's.
I literally
Han's
think
kid?
I think
How many
Kylo.
kids is Han having though?
That's
Because,
the
I
thing.
mean, there's
He's
He
a
has
playboy
two
in
wives.
space.
Two wives.
Finn and
He- he's a pimp in
possibly, and now
space.
Rey
I
possibly.
think all of them are possibly Solo's
Yeah.
children, and I think that that's what actually draws them all together and like made that last fight actually mean something more than it meant. It was all of Solo's
She also.
children.
He also
duking it out
told
at the
him,
same
"You
time."
wish that was your father, don't you? You're gonna be disappointed."
Yeah, like it's.
I don't think you're right.
and
but
she
that's
knew
okay.
shit about the
You-
Falcon and
You
like.
can predict whatever you want. I see her being Luke's daughter because of their similarities that they have. Like, you
She's a
know,
great pilot.
She's a pilot. She's a tinkerer. She grew up on a desert planet. She's,
in the
you
original-
But
know-
Han's all those things too.
I think it would have. It goes to the
Well,
real.
see, Finn is, I think, more like Han in the way that, like, he was kind of like at first, at least I thought he was kind of like a background character,
Yeah.
and then he became super crucial to the story, just
Well,
like Han did.
I think
Yeah.
Rey isn't. I don't think Rey though is the daughter of Luke. I think she's supposed to be Luke in the way that like she got dropped off on this planet and she was lied to about her past.
And no
so
one's coming
so
back for her.
so basically the dark side member of her family wouldn't
I
find
was
her.
telling you guys about this the other day, but in
Like-
the original, one of the original drafts for A New Hope,
Luke was a girl. Yeah.
Oh, and in the original script for Force Awakens, Grand Emperor, whatever Snoke was a female.
Oh,
Oh.
I would
And a
have
mun.
mind that.
But then,
wouldn't mind that at all.
but then people were like, "So, do you really think it's Darth Plagueis? It could have been a woman." And I was like, "That doesn't matter. It still could have been Darth Plagueis and just a woman. They would have just made it
Yeah,
a
who
girl."
the fuck?
None
Like,
of that matters anymore. They can
Yeah.
take
does it
what they
I just
specifically
thought-
say that Plagueis is a man anyway?
It does, but
Well, no. When Palpatine's talking about him,
no.
in
Before he
episode
becomes
3 at least.
before he becomes Plagueis, he's a complete dude in the book.
Well, I'm just saying, like in the only time he
use the Force to
reproduces,
give
he
himself his
reproduces,
genitals. He
he-
always wanted.
he reproduces asexually though through the Force. Like that's where Anakin came from.
That was a deleted.
They say-
that was a deleted scene. By the
Wait a
way.
minute.
No, it
what?
wasn't.
Someone did
Yeah,
it
it was.
asexually? What?
It was.
No.
It was a deleted scene.
Someone
Okay, well,
butted
anyway-
something off?
That's not technically canon.
I don't know about that.
What was it?
It
What
was
was it?
no, because we just watched
In
it.
episode 3.
It was
Yeah, that's your
Okay,
piece
wait.
together.
no, it wasn't. Pieced
Someone
together.
grew a fucking
It was in the
baby
official
off of
one.
their
I-
arm. What's going on?
No, God. Okay, when I recently saw this explanation, it was in the fucking CinemaSins 20-minute long All the Things Wrong with episode 3.
Shout out
and
CinemaSins.
it's Palpatine and Anakin at the Opera House, and Palpatine is telling him this story about how Darth Plagueis went to Tatooine and he fucking impregnated a woman asexually, like an immaculate conception.
Used midichlorians
Yeah.
to make a baby.
Yeah, and so basically Anakin is the son of Plagueis.
Maybe.
No, that's
But-
what he says. Like,
But
But
what
then-
if Rey is also the
I was
baby
gonna
of
say-
Plagueis?
Yeah.
because that wasn't Tatooine. That's
Does-
Jakku.
But then they drop the
also
baby
30
off when
years
she's
later.
a little kid in Jakku.
Well, why?
The other reason why I
Because
thought
she was screaming, and when the plane went away, obviously she wasn't born on Jakku. They
So
dropped
it's
her off
30
there.
years later, too, though.
Whatever. He's fucking
Yeah.
old. He was fucking old when he made
No,
Anakin.
I know, but I'm just being
well,
like...
the other reason why I thought she might be Luke's daughter was because, like, how sweet would it be that, like, the whole time, like, her whole life she's been sitting on this planet, like, waiting for her family to
And
come back to her.
Thinking about
That-
these myths.
Well, yeah, and then actually getting off that planet and going on this adventure actually leads her to finding her family.
Then what I have to say is,
Well,
Luke,
Solo, though,
you
is
are a
still her
fucking
family, too.
bitch.
Yeah.
Because you impregnated a woman and then you abandoned her to
Yeah,
go do
yeah.
your fucking Jedi
He got,
shit.
he got depressed and he had to leave and go
Oh,
on the
come
fight.
on.
Wait.
What if-
That's like saying everybody though in the Star Wars universe is a bitch. Like, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but
It
like,
happens.
no, they have to
What if he
like.
thought
They
she
couldn't
was
do that
dead?
to Luke.
Yeah, that could be too.
Maybe.
Like
No,
they
what I-
stole his kid
Yeah, or
or
what
something.
if they just thought he thought she was dead.
Well, no,
He
your
thought he
kid would
slowed her
legit.
down.
If you were Luke Skywalker, like, look at that. The good guy, the bad
He would
guys.
feel it with the Force.
the
He'd be
bad
like,
guys
"My kid's
and
still
the-
alive."
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he would
feel
do anything about it.
The-
Like the bad guys and the good guys are
That's not
both.
true.
The bad guys and the good guys are both on the hunt for Luke.
Right, but
So how is fucking having a child fucking safe for that kid?
Luke could, I don't know.
I'm
Yeah,
just
I guess
saying,
you're
like
right.
it
But the
makes
best
more
person to
sense
defend
Trainer.
that kid is
the trainer.
if she
yeah.
has the fucking Force.
Yeah, but he would have been able to feel that.
I don't know.
When
The
he
minute he knocked up that
If
woman,
he-
he would
if-
have felt the Force in
If
her.
he had never left,
He would have known.
if
She
he
would have
had-
felt it.
Yeah.
if he'd never left Tatooine and those droids had never showed up on Tatooine, then Luke would have fucking probably just died on Tatooine and not lived a very eventful life, just as they had planned it. And if this is a relative of Luke, I could see why he might choose to do that to another one, to his own child, like to
Yeah.
try and save them. Is all I'm saying. As far as Rey goes, the reason I thought that Rey seemed like maybe more Solo's kid than Luke's is because I thought that it would be a good, also like a reoccurring theme of the siblings being light side and dark side. But I mean,
Yeah.
like when I think about it, another thing that made me think it was Solo was her application as a pilot. But Luke was a pretty good pilot too.
Yeah.
So
And
Luke
he
was
was
a good
like
pilot.
a major
Yeah.
tinkerer, and
He's the
she
third
could
best
basically
ever.
figure
well, he was like
anything
Anakin.
and like fix it.
He was like
Yeah.
Anakin, where he could just fucking do things. You
Which
know.
thing is, in the extended universe, Han and Leia had actually had 3 kids,
Yeah. Yeah.
and their first,
I was talking to that
their
with
first
him the
kid
other day.
was basically a carbon copy of Anakin. He looked like him and he acted like him, but he died for some reason. I can't remember exactly what it was. And then later they had 2 twins, and it was a boy and a girl, and they both had Force powers, and basically
But
started
that
training.
stuff's not canon,
It's
or
not.
it is.
It's
It
not.
is.
No.
It isn't.
But
But
they're
like,
drawing little bits and pieces.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
all
little
that to
chunklets.
make this.
I noticed
Okay.
that they took a lot of liberties from those and put
Yeah.
them inside the Force Awakens.
I think Anakin could be Kylo Ren,
Mm,
and I think that fucking
the
Kylo Ren's been Solo though.
no.
No, the-
what I mean is
the first son, the one that was like a
son of
carbon
their-
copy of Anakin.
Because Rey, I
Oh.
think if Rey is his sister, he's not a twin. Or I don't think they're twins.
Oh, the
I think,
Anakin
I think that
of those 3.
I think
Yeah.
that
the first,
Not the
the
Anakin.
first son.
yeah, I
Okay.
think that Ben Solo was
think they
born
even named
first,
Anakin,
and
I
then
can't remember.
They did.
I think Ben Solo though was born first, and I think that Rey and maybe even another person,
Finn.
Finn maybe, but maybe not Finn too. There could even be another person.
But
running
why
around
would,
up there.
What about Poe?
Okay, I was actually gonna say that
That's
too.
what I
What
He
think
had.
they all
about
have-
Poe?
I was
think
It
they
can't
all
be
have
Poe.
Force powers.
That's what I was gonna
That's
say.
what I
Is
was
like
saying the
I
whole
think
time.
like a lot of people in this movie had Force abilities that we don't like.
No, because
Muns in general have Force powers.
Oh really?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a little bit.
And
I
he
think-
was
I think they're
saying-
known to have some kind of Force.
What I was gonna say is his reflexes are too good to not have.
Yeah,
Force
he's the
powers.
second best. He's the second best pilot in all of Star Wars.
What
And
next
all,
to
It's already
Anakin?
been-
all the good
No, Poe.
pilots.
Yeah,
No.
Anakin.
Yeah, he's
He's not
a,
number one.
No,
Solo.
the number 1 guy is the guy that was in the Red Squadron. He was Red Squadron number 1. He was Red 1,
They
and
always
he was
talk
in
about
both
Vader, though, as,
battles.
like-
He was in the Battle of
This is
Endor and the
before.
Battle of Yavin.
Okay, so you
Anakin
mean
was-
like
Anakin was before all of that.
yeah, but you're talking about overall, or are you just talking about fucking in this movie?
I'm talking about
the times they
rebel
existed.
pilots. The number
Okay,
one.
okay.
He's the number 1. He's the number 2 rebel pilot.
Because dude,
best
as far
rebel
as I was
pilot.
as far as like they made it sound like in like the prequels and also even in the original trilogy,
Uh-huh.
it was that Anakin was the best fucking fighter pilot anybody had ever seen.
He
and
was
then
at that time.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like so.
Poe's number 1 now.
Okay, he's probably a Jedi then, though.
He could be.
Like that makes
I
a
think
lot of sense.
they all have latent Force abilities.
If you want to
Like the
learn
main
more about
characters in this
Yeah.
movie.
If you want to learn more about Poe's origins, you should read Shattered Empire, which is set right after Return of the Jedi, which is the conception of Poe.
God, I don't care. I don't care about that guy. I know you like him.
I thought he was cooler than Finn.
I honestly like literally think Finn and him are gonna be gay together.
I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with it too. But
We need
like,
a little butt play in Star Wars.
I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
But like that's just the feeling I got from like their interaction back and forth between each other, and like then like even when they didn't know they were rooting each other on, they were rooting each other on.
What I
It's like,
really
"That's a
want-
good pilot.
I want
Like,
Finn to like grow up in the next film and be more like Cleveland Jr.
I think that Finn.
Well,
I think that
fat
Finn.
and retarded.
I think that Finn is actually going to turn like they kind of made it look like Ray was going to be the new
They,
Solo.
they
right?
pushed it so
But I
hard
think
that Ray and Finn are gonna hook up.
No, see,
it
I
kinda
didn't get
bothers
that.
me.
See, no, like just because that one first part where he says
No.
like he looked at
He's
me
like, "Damn, look at that chick."
yeah,
And then, and then,
God.
and then at the end, Ray's like, "Oh my God, I'll come back for you, I promise." And
They
she
did-
kisses him, and then she runs off.
yeah.
I mean, it's
They-
kinda
they-
like-
they hugged on the Death Star.
Here's another
Yeah, they
thing.
did
Death
not-
Star.
A New Hope.
The Death
They did,
Planet.
he
A
didn't
New
kiss,
Hope.
They didn't kiss.
Luke
even.
kisses her
They didn't-
sister.
No, they didn't kiss. They didn't kiss.
She kissed his
She
forehead.
kissed
And
him on
She
the
kisses.
cheek.
She kisses his
Or,
forehead.
yeah.
As
forehead.
honest. Well, anyway, like that's
But
not
anyway,
a kiss.
Leia and Luke
counts.
turned out to be brothers, but they were kind of like the love people in A New
The
Hope.
love
Dude,
people.
They were.
Love
I
interests.
no
Yeah.
the only
And I say people, so
the only
the
thing that I
LGBT
could
community doesn't get upset.
The only thing I could think that would be pointing directly in that direction, and it's not even direct. It was at the very beginning, like when he was explaining how like nobody had ever looked at me the way you looked at me. That yeah, you could construe it like that, but the way I construed it was like before that he was just a fucking soldier with a fucking serial
Mask on.
number.
Everyone had a
Yeah,
mask.
Like I
exactly.
said, she humanized him.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way I'd
her
say
and
it.
So you don't
Poe
think-
were the
No,
only people
I didn't
that
get
ever
that at
treated
all.
him like a human.
I didn't
So
get that at all.
you don't think that that he's in love with her?
Nope,
You think that he's in love with Poe?
I do.
Okay.
It's
Because he kept
either
his
way,
jacket.
it doesn't matter.
Because he kept his jacket, and he's like, "Damn it!
Smelling it.
You know what? You keep it, babe."
Well, either way, like,
It
what I
suits
was
you.
gonna
Keep
say
my
is like
jacket.
Going-
It's like a reminder of their first date.
Yeah.
going
he's a
forward,
T-bird
though,
now.
I think
Yeah.
Rey is going to be more like Skywalker. I think she's going to focus more on the Force. I think Finn
Should
might
be
have
better
Force
than-
abilities, but I don't think he's going to actually go full Jedi.
I don't think Finn
I
has
think-
Force abilities at all. I think he's the Han Solo.
I think he's going to be turned into Han Solo. Yes, I
But
think
we were
he's
just
going
talking
to.
about Han Solo
Well,
having
yeah,
force abilities.
but his Force abilities aren't
As
like
much as
Force
that.
grab.
Yeah.
Force
This
this.
whole
His is more like
podcast
perception.
is bullshit,
Yeah.
and all we've done is talk in circles.
You know what? This is Star
That's what
Wars.
happened.
No, it isn't.
Because he was saying like the Force abilities, and then no, he's gonna be Han Solo. And
Yeah.
it's like we just talked in a major
I don't-
circle
Right.
and
No.
like contradicted ourselves.
Well,
No, he
Finn's
didn't.
gonna be
There's
the
gonna be
Finn's
no
gonna be
way
the
that-
next Han Solo.
I do. I think that
If
too.
if Han Solo had Force
Well, I
abilities,
mean-
they were all about perception and not about like being able to do any cool Jedi
Definitely.
stuff.
If anybody's gonna be the new Han Solo, it'll be Poe.
No,
He does seem kind of like Solo the way he talks.
The way
He's
he
got like
acts,
this Brooklyn
he's
attitude.
He's the pilot.
see, I didn't get that at all from.
But he's
Poe.
a
Like,
lot-
I got it from in the scenes when he's outside of the fucking the fighter, right? But from when he is actually doing the fighting, he seemed like less like Solo and more like fucking Wedge.
But then
Like where he's like literally a part of
Yeah.
almost all the space battles, but like he is hardcore, the one that's in
yeah,
the thick
Wedge
of
is
it.
the number one.
Luke's
pilot.
always flying
I
off
straight
doing
up-
something random
I can straight
and
up
fucking.
imagine him wearing
Wedges.
the Solo
Wedge is the
outfit
number one
with
pilot.
Chewie in the cockpit.
Is he number one?
Wedge is the number one pilot because he lived through both Death Star.
Yeah, he's always
He's the
like in a
only
little
one-
fucking X-wing.
He's
that's
the
like-
only.
gonna say.
He's the only guy to survive both.
Well, that's who I see Poe as though. Is like not.
Ewan McGregor is the nephew of Biggs.
Really?
Or Wedge. I can't remember one of those two, Biggs or Wedge now.
Is it?
It's the
Man,
guy
I get it
who's-
mixed up
who's
with
the-
fucking Final Fantasy now. Is it Biggs or is it Vix?
It's Biggs.
Okay, because they got it
he's-
fucked up in the translation
whoever
one
was in
time.
the first one,
Final
like,
Fantasy.
at the very end in the Death Star. I can't
I'm pretty
remember
sure
who it
that's
was.
Wedge
He's
Antilles.
his nephew, though.
Wow.
Because I'm pretty sure because Wedge was on Tatooine with Luke and he's mentioned shooting womp rats in a speeder with him, and then he meets him at the end. He's like, Luke, good to see you. And then Biggs is the next one. I thought
Wow.
Like-
Didn't think of that. But then, okay, so
that's who
the
I see
reason
Poe
why
as.
Poe, his personality, again, Shattered Empire, he's a lot like his mom. So
He seemed more like
You gotta
Solo,
read- you
like
gotta
in
read.
his actual dialogue.
He does,
though.
and so
like,
does-
he's like kind of quick witted and like.
yeah, he's kind of sassy. He got that from his mother. If you read Shattered Empire, his
It's,
mom's.
it's
kinda
definitely like a surly like sense
got
of
a New
humor
York-
as opposed to fucking like let's say Finn's actual sense of humor where he's almost
Yeah.
just goofy and shit in this.
Yeah, Poe's very like New York to me.
Yeah.
he
That's
also
and that's
looks
like
Italian.
Solo.
He's
Kinda.
half Mun, so maybe
I don't know.
his mom looks Italian,
Yeah.
or she could be like Middle Eastern.
I haven't seen her.
Yeah,
For sure.
So,
Well.
like, Ian had a pretty good theory about Han Solo.
Oh.
Oh, coming back as a Force ghost.
There we go.
Or you either said as a Force ghost, or you said there was going to be maybe something like an area where they could communicate with things from the past, like that cave in Empire.
Yeah.
Like I've heard a lot of people's theories about like, oh, they're just gonna bring him back in like flashbacks and stuff.
I think
And
they're gonna
like,
actually.
I don't think they need to do that though. If you
Yeah, I
have
think
a
they're
Force
gonna actually
ghost.
talk to him.
Technically, even if he wasn't a Jedi or had Force powers or anything, I think a Jedi could speak to ghosts if they focused on it enough.
Well, here's another thing too: is like
Play just could bring him back
this
because he
is
could do that.
Well,
That was his whole thing.
considering they retconned everything and they
Yeah.
fucking basically have laid out, oh, these movies and like a handful of comics are all there is in Star Wars right now.
Yeah.
That really opens the door for them introducing new shit,
Yeah.
like introducing new Force powers and stuff
Well,
like we've
which is
never
what we
seen
saw.
before.
They
The
always talk
blaster
about
bolt. getting
Yeah,
caught.
yeah.
They
Yeah.
always talk about the. I don't think that was a new power. I think that was just him focusing really hard with like using like a Force.
It
push.
almost looked
Yeah.
like it fucking froze it in time, though, man. Like, I know it was like, it was the way it was jittering around, though. It wasn't completely frozen. It was like, it was
still
like when you
moving.
pause a VHS movie, you
Yeah.
know, and it's like stuck between two frames and it's
I
like
was just
jittering.
gonna say,
Like,
specifically, he never used any abilities that were only dark side. All of his abilities were still just Jedi abilities.
yeah, you're right.
Like,
Nothing was
Nothing was
specifically Sith, yeah.
Mhm.
But like you said, he wasn't really a Sith yet,
Yeah.
even. Like, he's just strong with the Force still.
mhm.
Like, and that's also kind of, I know he had more training than them, aka any training, but I think that's also, like, why he was able to be defeated by two chumps.
Yeah,
Like,
I just didn't understand how like.
That's
but
how.
Ian and you explained it to me a little better because he's conflicted so much that it fucks up his ability to do anything.
So he's super emotional, like, which is kind of where he gets his power, but also, like, when he loses it, I guess.
Which just means
Like,
there might be like few and far between the amount of Sith compared to Jedi, or I guess there's less
I
Jedi
just-
now.
I just really liked
Luke's
it
the
how
last
he
one
was
to go.
emotional, because it's like, dude, what are the other Siths that you've seen? There's these, like, really cold, calculating motherfuckers, like Vader, Dooku, and fucking Palpatine. Just seem like old guys that have these really sinister plans. Maul was the only one that even got close to it, and he wasn't even, like,
He wasn't a
emotional, he was just angry. You
Yeah.
know, he was mad, and like that's a little even different than
That's an
emotion. It is,
He
but
was-
it's not like
It
it's
was
not
like-
an
I
arrange
think
of
his
emotions.
father got
though.
murdered or something, or he killed his father. Maul.
I don't
It had something
know.
to do with his dad, and then the Emperor took him in, and then like he felt like he had to prove himself to the Emperor to be his apprentice, and then the Emperor was like, "Yeah, you can be
It's
my
weird.
apprentice.
I just
and if
know
you
that
do this for me,
emotions-
go kill this guy, go
Emotions
kill that
don't
guy."
just mean hate, though. Like, dude, like the way Yoda talked about it,
No, that
any
was- that was
emotions,
rage.
any yeah, but
specifically
yeah, you're right. It
rage.
is
Talking about,
But, like,
Kylo.
Maul.
yeah,
Oh.
Maul. But like,
Kylo fucking was
His-
raged.
he
No, it was
But when
sometimes.
he was fighting, he wasn't.
yeah, but there was like
He was
also
using-
like
he
you could
was
see
using pain
envy in
that last
there,
fight.
Yeah.
envy, pain, love, even sometimes. Like you could tell even like he was fighting that like right before he killed fucking.
So he's a White
Han.
Lantern.
But just
Well, no, see, that's where it comes into
uncontrollable.
it. I've always said is like they're like, well, Luke's supposed to bring back balance to the Force, and balance means an equal part of both.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he would be able to use light and dark
Dark
side
Jedis.
abilities. Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem comes is when you're too much of either.
Man, it's gonna be
Like,
so
without
awesome if they
balance.
make Luke go dark side.
Return of the Jedi was Dark Luke.
Nah.
I'm pretty sure
You got
It wasn't
real
killed
damn
to do with a
close.
fort. He used Darth Vader's choke thing on that pig guy in the beginning of the
What
movie.
if Han Solo goes dark as like
whenever
a Force
he
ghost?
started strangling the pig,
The pig.
He kills.
Pig man,
He's
one
walking
of
by
the
the pig,
guards of
tries to
Jabba's
stop him. He's like,
palace.
"Nope."
one of
Kills
the
the
guards
pig.
of Jabba's
He didn't
palace.
kill him.
Yeah, he did.
I don't remember him killing
Yeah,
him.
no, I could have
but
sworn he just did it till he let him
definitely
in.
force choked him.
Yeah, okay, well, I mean, doing something.
The pig went up against the wall and then just dropped like a sack of shit. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
What? No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rewatch that. Like,
Rewatch it.
I don't think he actually dies. I think he like does it and stops.
You know,
and then
Either
maybe
way,
it's a
like,
movie,
Something,
you can
either way,
see
it's
it.
something a Jedi wouldn't do.
Yeah, exactly. A Jedi wouldn't do that. They'd be like, "You're gonna let me in."
And-
Like,
Yeah,
this
but
big man."
dude, just because somebody does something that's dark side doesn't mean they are dark side.
No, but he,
Like that whole
he
movie is
definitely-
basically him riding the line. It is.
He's doing things the entire time that a Jedi would never do.
he's doing dark.
Yeah,
Jedi
but he's
stuff.
doing shit that Siths wouldn't do also the whole time.
Yeah, but that's
Right.
what I'm
So, like,
saying.
you can't-
It's dark.
Yeah.
It's dark Jedi.
Yeah, but you said he's dark side. Like it isn't
In-
just that.
He said he's dark
That's dark
Luke.
side Luke. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it isn't though. Like maybe in specific scenes, I guess.
Like that was the darkest
But, like-
we ever saw Luke
Yeah,
go.
that's pretty-
I
No,
think
I
that's
want
what he's saying.
like what I'm saying though is I want to see him go full dark side.
I was kind of hoping for Luke to be the antagonist in the film.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was not. I was so pleased at the end when they showed Luke and he was just like standing there and she like was like, this belongs to you or whatever.
oh yeah.
And he was like staring at the lightsaber like, do I want to take it or do I not? Like, do you know, like
it's hers.
Just, well,
It's
kind of also
it's
that
his,
trepidation
but-
of
No,
that's
I know, but
It
I'm
shows
Well,
her.
Dad's-
that thing has always been the gateway to like him going bad, basically.
Well, it's
like,
the beginning of all the shit.
Exactly, that's what
in
I
all
mean.
of them,
It's like
basically.
taking that from her or even
That-
training her is going to open up a whole can of worms, basically.
It is, but that lightsaber in itself has always been the symbol for the light side of Anakin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like,
He changes it. He changes his blade later.
well,
He
if
just
you ever
looked very
looked at Vader's saber,
trepidatious,
it almost
like,
looks
about
exactly
it.
like it, except it's got black on it.
Wait,
Yeah.
what is the green one?
Vader's saber
Oh,
looks almost identical to that.
yeah, just well,
Red blade and some black highlights and stuff on
Luke's, Anakin's original saber is probably my favorite designed one.
isn't that the blue one?
Yeah.
It's the blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
it's
like,
my
that's-
favorite design. It looks really
it.
like
If
sleek
you
and
look
chrome.
up some, they're crazy.
Some look like shit.
There was,
Yeah,
I think
some
one of the
do look
coolest
like
ones I ever
shit.
saw was for a Wookiee Jedi, and it had like a wood outer casing with a bunch of like
Really?
scroll work like chipped into it. And
That's
stuff.
cool.
Yeah.
That's what kind of upsets me. Also, is like I only see one Wookiee. I've never seen any other Wookiees except for the time they went to Kashyyyk.
Yeah, but I kind of like that too, though, in Star
Lots of them
Wars,
got
where they
killed.
will show you just
I
like
guess.
a single fucking alien of an
They're
entire
that
species.
rare.
Like you've never seen another Pancake Kid, you've never seen another Akbar. You know, like
Yeah, we did.
They're more of
They were-
I've seen, actually, you're right. I think we've seen
There was
two
like,
Akbars.
there was like a ship of Akbars.
Yeah.
Oh,
Calamari Cruiser, man.
The
Where
whole,
was-
the whole bridge? Were
I
Akbars.
don't remember that. I
Yeah.
remember like two.
The ship that Akbar was on.
The one
had
that
a
he
whole
says
bunch.
it's a trap.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
whole crew was
Well,
fishing people.
Pancake Kid was still.
Who's Pancake Kid?
He's the one with the floppy that looks like fucking
looks like
Forrest.
pancakes.
He looks like Forrest
He
Whitaker,
was,
and he's got the
he
black
was-
eyes.
He was the Chewie for.
Oh, his name's
Lando.
Nien Num.
It's Pancake Kid.
No, that's what they call him.
It's
in,
Nien Num.
that's what
He
they
was
call
also
him.
in.
It's the best nickname ever for
By
him.
the way, he's
Robot-
also in
robot
Force
chicken.
Awakens, and he's also a pilot.
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah, which means he doesn't age.
They
He ages very
they
well.
called him Pancake Kid.
could be
in,
old, you never
Robot
know.
Chicken.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Maybe underneath his fucking like World
more
War
like an
II
oyster to
fucking
me.
strap on helmet.
He
Maybe
looks
he's got
They
like
Billy
balding
D.
head or
Williams' voice,
gray
and
hair.
He actually called him that.
I
Well,
like
his
that
voice
guy.
is just like
A lot of-
jiggles.
A lot of
That's all
Mexican
he
people.
does.
A lot of Mexican people said that was their only representation in the film. I thought it was
That says
funny.
more that they think of themselves like that.
Yeah, that's sad.
Because I didn't see that at all. It's,
Yeah.
I didn't either, but I thought it was funny.
That's
Unless he
fucked
wasn't
up.
like, hey man. Like,
Why do people need representation anyway? It's fucking getting lame at this point.
I don't know.
At least in movies, like I get it in government.
That's
but goddamn,
okay.
in forms of
Speaking
entertainment,
of
get out
speaking of
here.
representation, I was kind of upset with the way that Phasma was shown because of the way that
Yeah.
they pumped Phasma,
yeah.
I think
saying,
though,
"Oh, we're gonna have a female character."
She's
And
a,
she's
I
a
think
big
she's
deal.
the new Boba Fett in every way.
yeah, I think it's happening in the next one, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
the next one they better do something.
this is set up. Like they could only put so many characters like in the screen time
She's
for
gonna
so
be hunting
long.
him in the next
Yeah.
one.
Cool, good, because I mean, in this one, it was just like, "Oh, kill the people, okay, and fire, kill the people, okay."
Like,
you put your helmet on and go back to
she's
reassignment.
basically in as many scenes as Boba Fett was in the first one.
Yeah, but she talks more.
You mean?
And
And
then
then
when she-
that Boba Fett was in total almost. Dude.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean like
Empire though.
the role that he played in it. He was
'Cause
like,
there's
he
that,
had,
like-
a line or
It
There's that
Empire.
one time on
Yeah.
the bridge when he's talking to the bounty hunters, and then there's like the Cloud City shit at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but she has way more lines than him.
Yeah, no, well, that's good though, right?
No,
Dude, like
in
if
my
you're-
opinion, if
she's
you want to
gonna
make
be
a
the-
character epic and it's someone that's not an important character, the less lines you give them and the less backstory you give them, the more infamous they become. Just like Boba Fett.
So
Boba
wait,
Fett
what are you
didn't have
complaining
that.
about then?
I'm not. Oh, I'm complaining.
If you
They-
want
I'm
They
complaining
built her up
because
as
they
a main
didn't.
character.
They didn't put her in a position to make her cool. They put her in a position to make her a militant bitch.
Okay, I get what you mean.
And then they made her a person that submitted when she was
So-
she was being held hostage.
so basically, you're.
and then they threw her in the garbage.
So it's kind of
Yeah.
like the prequels. Like it's kind of like the prequels where it's like they don't show you somebody being cool. They tell you basically somebody's going to be cool, and then they just like basically let you fill in the gaps.
Right,
Like
except
you're
it
supposed
wasn't-
to assume she's cool,
Right.
but they don't really
Honestly,
show
Except
you.
it wasn't prequels that told me that. It was the fucking
And
the developers of the fucking
Yeah.
movie.
or from like a subconscious point of view.
Just
oh,
the first
she's
picture
a
of
higher.
her on-
yeah.
or-
It's
Oh,
just
she
like,
looks so
well,
awesome, and
yeah.
then they just throw her in the garbage.
Well,
I
even
think
even from a
it'd be
subconscious
cool.
point of view, like, oh, she's high rank. Oh, she's shiny.
I think,
You know, like this is probably going to be a cool
she's
character,
she's
but
the
then
only different looking stormtrooper.
exactly, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I think it'd be cool if in the beginning of the next movie it shows her like going in somewhere with like a group of people and just fucking completely like taking out a rebel stronghold.
There should be at least like a full set sequence of just Phasma fucking like almost getting ready to kill all the good guys, like with her and maybe like 10 other guys, you know.
That or like her finding Boba Fett and then they track down Luke.
I think her and Finn
I
are
was
gonna.
thinking about that, and Boba Fett would be in his 60s
If
at
she-
this point.
Yeah.
Well, I was like wondering.
And
I
they
was
could
also
still
thinking it'd
use
be
the
cool
guy.
if he had either had kids or he trained people to be
Yeah.
like him.
I mean,
so there could be a few different people with Mandalorian.
yeah.
Well-
in Tales from Jabba's Palace, he does get married and have a baby.
The
So-
two
okay.
the two theories I had for Boba Fett like showing up in the future were one the Order comes up and fucking like literally like gets him out of the Sarlacc pit to start cloning off of him again. And
From
two,
Boba?
yeah, like from Boba.
They
Fett.
pull him out of
He was a
cryogenic
perfect
frozen.
clone.
Yeah,
They
just
have him in
use his
carbonite.
fucking
No,
genetics.
that's what I was
Yeah.
gonna, I jokingly
No,
said.
yeah,
what if,
exactly.
What if he
That's how he hasn't
carbonite
aged,
froze
right?
himself?
Yeah.
Also, okay, but and then the second theory is that like kind of what Ian said, where he trained somebody else, but you don't know that he trained somebody else, and
Yeah.
so like basically like at some point like Boba Fett shows back up, right, and he loses the mask. And it isn't the Jango
It's a
Fett
young
guy.
kid.
It's some
So,
other guy. And
that's
you're
my
just
other
like, wait,
question.
what the fuck is going on?
Do
Like,
they
why don't they
use-
look the same? And it's because it's literally not Boba Fett.
In the
It's-
comics, there was a guy who impersonated Boba Fett,
Yeah.
who like went around in Mandalorian armor.
That's what I want, kind
calling
of.
himself Boba Fett.
Really?
Yeah,
Did he
because
make
like
money?
it would be like
I
the
can't remember
legend
what
lives on, but through the name, you know.
Yeah,
Like
of course,
that-
there's a legendary thing inside that.
Mhm.
He got that armor from. He found that armor. It was some like great. That's
It's
how
all
Mandalorians
Mandalorian.
are. They find relic armor, then they put
It's
it on.
it's called Mandalorian Shock Trooper armor.
Yeah,
It's
the green
basically they were like Mandalorian like special forces. Wore
Yeah.
and stuff.
that was my favorite part of Knights of the Old Republic. Was that the
Mandalorian.
Mandalorian. Well, it was they were still like alive, a few of them at least. Like they'd gone through a huge war, and like
Yeah, they were
90% of
In,
them were
the
gone.
Clone
They were like the
Wars-
Klingons,
in
basically.
The Clone Wars
Yeah.
CG show, there was like a sect of like Mandalorians that were still around.
Yeah.
And they
Oh.
came back, and like one of them actually he was like stealing Jedi secrets and stuff, and stole this lightsaber that actually had a black blade, black
Oh,
crystal in it, and he like was fighting Obi-Wan with it.
that's crazy.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I want a black crystal.
Yeah.
I want a
It was
Mandalorian
crazy.
Jedi.
It like had a different shape. It almost looked like a katana.
They hated Mandalorians hated Jedi's.
Yeah, but that's kind of
Well,
because they
they-
couldn't
they
just own
hated
them.
them, but
you
they
know?
also thought them as like worthy prey.
Of course, yeah, it's like Predator.
Mandalorians are they're like predators.
Yeah.
Klingons, they're
Um,
Klingons. They live for the battle.
Alright, let's not get into that.
I was gonna say is I was hoping that in the final scene when Rey and Kylo were fighting,
Yeah,
I thought they were gonna be about to like kill each other,
yeah.
and then like a fucking green saber blade would come in,
Mhm.
and Luke would be there, like
Oh my God.
stopping them.
I
He
kept
just
thinking.
shows up.
Well, no, I
Yeah.
kept thinking Luke was gonna show up at
Yeah.
some point.
It's
Like,
like Matrix.
Well, I thought he was gonna stop them and just be like, "No, you can't kill each other."
He
Like,
literally
for some
didn't
reason.
have
Your
a-
brother and
You're
sister.
both important.
he literally had no lines. It was literally just a shot of Luke. Like, that surprised me. I thought
thought
we
he
were
was
at
gonna
least gonna
speak at
have.
least.
I thought we were gonna at least
He
have
just
a little
starts-
bit
he
of
just starts
dialogue.
Joker
He spoke in the
laughing.
trailer.
What? Yeah,
He
yeah.
speaks in one of the trailers.
Exactly. Yeah, he does the little like "my family is strong in the Force" speech, but he
Yeah.
says like
what if he
"my
turned-
sister was strong," and then he says "and you are strong."
What if he turned
or something.
around and his eyes were all red, bloodshot, like Dark Force?
Oh, and he was all gray and
Yeah.
necro.
Yeah.
Well,
And
okay.
he's like,
Who do you think he was?
And he shoots him with
Okay,
the
since
lightning.
that was obviously like filmed for this movie though,
Yeah.
but just not put in it. Okay, who do you think he was talking to?
I think he was talking to Ray.
Ray.
Okay, I think he was talking to Kylo when he was training him
Oh,
originally.
you know what? That could be
And
Kylo.
like it was
It's possible.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's
and
gonna
like
be a
so it was
flashback to when he was like a kid.
exactly when he was like a little kid and he
But
was
did
like
he actually train with Luke?
yes he did.
I thought they said that they wanted to
No,
send
he
no,
said they
he was
did, but
training
it was
under
too
Luke,
late.
and
Yeah.
then
One
he
of
was
Luke's
like,
apprentices fucked it all up.
yeah, which was
Exactly.
Kylo, and he killed all
I
the
don't
others.
think it was.
You don't think so?
I think
Somebody
Kylo
else.
did do that, but I think there was another apprentice of Luke's that
That-
went evil.
Oh,
Well, remember though, like he went to like the fucking temple of the first Jedi or whatever.
That's
Right?
after.
Hooks.
What? Oh, is that after?
That's where he was going to.
Yeah,
That's
that's where he
where
went.
he disappeared.
Okay, well,
to.
wherever he was though when he was training those people.
Yeah.
that could have been a
if he
place that
went-
was ripe with Force
What if
ghosts,
he
right?
went back to
And
Dagobah?
well, no, you're
I
right
know,
though.
that's
You're
okay.
right about Snoke's though, and like maybe that is Plagueis, and maybe fucking like basically he communicated with Ren in some other means than actually even maybe being there.
Yeah.
Like, and he's like, "Hey, kill off like all these people, turn
Well, I
on
think
Luke,
that's
and
where
I'll be your mentor."
Vader comes into it. I think Vader, like,
Definitely.
the Vader ghost, like
Was actually Plagueis.
was
Well,
either
s-
Plagueis or Palpatine or someone, but I
Either
think
way,
that
that's-
Yeah.
contacted him and was like, "Go find him. Like, he will teach you." The
Vader
ways."
was the catalyst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he knew that by using Vader because the kid was obsessed with his grandfather.
What do you think he showed him? Because it said, "Show me again the powers of the dark
Yeah,
side."
that's probably
What do you think he showed him though? Like, because like it
Um,
wasn't like Vader really had a good life, so it's like
I think he just showed him straight up the abilities.
Yeah.
Like the power of the dark side, like. Because generally speaking, dark
So do you
side
think it was
users
kinda
are
like
just-
a-
they're stronger and like.
Do you
more
think it was
stuff.
kind of like that fucking cave in Empire again, where like basically like
Yeah.
he runs into Vader physically himself, and then
himself.
Vader starts like crushing him, and he's just like, "Ugh," and then he's like, "Show me
Okay.
how you did that." And he's like, "I'll teach you. It's
They
the dark
didn't
side."
say, but I'm kind of assuming that it was Endor.
Where they train?
No, well, possibly because where else would he have found Vader's burnt head?
Yeah, I agree with that. I was thinking that because
Luke
like
burned him after.
I
give
know
him
how
a
he
Viking
found it.
funeral.
You do?
Yeah.
How?
Remember, you know that bar that fucking Lupita Nyong'o person
Yeah.
owns? Remember the person that reported to the
Yes.
to the First Order?
The chick.
That girl is kind of like a bounty hunter scavenger person, and she was sent to Endor to pick up the
Come on.
remains for. Yeah, I'm not
That's-
kidding.
no, I mean,
Kylo Ren hired her to go buy it, to go find
Okay,
it.
okay.
Why couldn't he do that himself?
Maybe he's busy,
That's stupid.
but that's really
stupid.
No, it's really true. It's
I
in-
know, but that just
it's
sounds
in-
like
I know it
extended
sounds like shit.
backstory bullshit.
It is extended backstory bullshit. It's from the book that's the books that are about the Force.
I'm gonna act like
Awakens.
that didn't happen. I mean, I'm just gonna wipe it from my mind.
You don't have to. Yeah.
And Ren went back.
But that's
and
why
got it
they
himself.
that's why they showed that girl and they
Stupid.
focused in on her a
Like,
little
how-
bit.
how
They never
stupid.
showed
you
her
would know
again.
where it was because
A lot of-
Luke
a
was
lot
like
of-
the only one there
A lot of people
No,
think.
he wasn't.
burning him.
Yeah,
No,
he
I don't
was.
think he was.
Who else was
Yeah, he
standing
was.
there?
He was there.
No one else was standing there.
He
next
he
to
literally
the fire.
before he went and partied with the Ewoks and Leia, he fucking went down from the Death Star all by himself, burnt Vader off fucking somewhere. I'm guessing where they couldn't smell
Yeah.
his body being burnt with all the plastic and
yeah.
shit.
Oh.
And fucking then he joins
'Cause
up with the
remember,
party,
he's
tells
just a
Leia
Force
that
ghost.
tells Leia his
Oh well,
brother.
they went and found it. She went and
Yeah.
found it. She probably went to Endor and just looked.
But why couldn't? It's
I think
just
you would need a
stupid.
force sensitive person to find.
Yeah,
it,
exactly.
If it's like that force powerful.
Maybe,
Well, no, but okay, C-3PO also had a red arm.
but that's
in
also
this.
how she got the lightsaber. The girls from that lady.
That one didn't make sense.
Yeah,
in the
dude,
way
like-
that- okay, Cloud City.
Yeah, that's where it falls.
Cloud City doesn't have solid ground underneath.
It's just a
goes-
gaseous core.
But it doesn't mean
Straight down
that
to
it
the
doesn't
core.
mean that it
Holy
went straight
fuck.
down to the core. It could have just like ended up somewhere in Cloud City.
No, it fell
that,
out the
that
bottom.
that like shoot there, like all those
All
holes
those-
that lead
it
out
goes
to
all
it.
to the bottom.
Like, I can't remember what it was. I was reading this thing, and it was basically saying that Luke fell for over a mile when he fell off of there.
Yeah, and then he
And
went
got
through that
sucked
chute.
into there.
Yeah.
And
His
if
legs
he
would have
had-
fucking pulled
if he
around
had
his
kept,
hip
kept
joints.
falling, it would have been like 30,000 miles down to the core of the planet because there's nothing to stop him.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
And so, like, I don't see
Insane.
like where the saber. I mean, it's obviously there, but
Yeah,
in some of the comics, they actually brought the saber back into it too, and
That
it
is
was
super-
weird. It was way after, like, kind of where this is now, almost 30 years later, and some kid on like Tatooine found it, and it like kick-started his force powers too.
that's what happened to Rey.
Yeah,
That's what I think happened to Rey.
They're
is her
pulling
force-
a lot from the
Yeah.
extended universe shit.
and they're
with
not.
the
And they're
good
saying,
parts.
okay, we're retconning, but we're going to take this and we're going to take this.
Exactly.
And
Well, I mean,
New
I don't.
52.
I don't blame him for doing it.
Yeah,
and
I
I'm okay
don't
with him
either.
doing it too.
It's a good idea.
I
It
just
is.
don't like that whole like, hey, we're gonna fucking make these things connected to these characters that we're only gonna mention once in a comic book. It's like, fucking, are you stupid? Like, that's really bad storytelling. That's how they fucked up the prequels, dude. Is they
Well, I'm
let
okay
all they let all the cool shit happen in the little side comment, like side like shit,
Well-
and then you never got to see any of the cool stuff happening,
Yeah.
like the Clone Wars and stuff.
That's why I'm
Like-
okay with like the Shattered Empire thing that came out and Poe's origin or Poe's.
What? Because that's boring shit that shouldn't be in the movies.
Well, no, it's because
Or
it's it just shows like what the state of the Empire is after the Battle of Endor, and
They're
then
not,
it
they're not
shows
going to be able to fit.
and then it shows Luke
Every
what
cool-
Luke does after, and then it shows what Leia and Han do after.
They're not
Okay,
going to be able
okay.
to fit every cool thing they come up with for these characters. In
Yeah,
the
but like
movies.
what I mean is like, dude, it feels like that chick, right? Like is literally, hey, let's make her be the one that got the skull and the saber back, so we could sell a toy of her and show her once in the movie.
Yeah,
Like that's what I get out of that. Like
No,
not
yeah,
like,
but
oh,
we
she's
gotta
a
remember-
valuable character, or
Yeah.
like, oh, we could have actually had one of our other characters do this, but then we couldn't sell a toy of her.
yeah. You gotta
Then we
remember
couldn't have a comic book about her.
this is this is Disney we're talking about, and Disney does that.
And so did George Lucas. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
it's ever since Empire. Even.
But you know what? I'm okay with them having a toy of every single character
Me
that's
too.
shown.
Actually, like that's I heard. Remember, I was saying like some people think that the C-3PO's red arm is tribute to Metal Gear.
Yeah.
And because J.J. Abrams and
Yeah.
fucking Hideo Kojima know each other.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other theory that makes sense. Is because in the end shot with C-3PO, he's got his regular arm back. And so people think that, like, oh yeah, that was just to sell a red-armed one as a toy, and then a regular one as a toy again. Like, two
Yeah.
C-3POs as opposed to one.
Yeah, R2-D2's like, get your other fucking arm back. And he's like, yeah, you're right. I should get my other arm back. I'll do that right now.
I think it could have been just to make the joke. Like, you may not recognize me with my red arm.
Yeah, it was a joke, too.
Do you remember
I liked
Anthony
seeing all the
Daniels?
different colored ones in the other movies, by the way.
Yeah, the gray ones
Like
and
the
stuff.
silver one, yeah, and then the white one.
Did you guys notice that? I don't remember if you remember this, but Anthony Daniels was like before the movie came out and they were filming it still. Anthony Daniels totally shit on Force Awakens, and he said something about it being a mediocre film.
Whoa.
But
I never
Anthony
heard that.
Daniels, I can't remember.
C-3PO.
Oh, okay.
He said something about the script being mediocre, and then he said something about the
That's 'cause
story
he's-
is mediocre.
He's had problems being C-3PO for years.
That's
Really?
true. That part's true. And also, if you think about it, he wasn't in it that much. So
Yeah, he was hardly in it.
So maybe that's what he had a big problem with. Is like he doesn't understand. They don't understand what made C-3PO good in the first place, and blah 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 blah. Like basically, probably
That
like
makes you think of fucking I can't remember his name now, but the actor who played Obi-Wan.
yeah.
He fucking hated being in the movies.
Yeah, Alec Guinness talked
He-
shit on Star Wars until the day he
he would
died.
throw out fan mail without even opening it.
Really?
Yeah, and he even claims that he talked Lucas into killing off Obi-Wan early in the movie so that he wouldn't have to be in it.
Straight up, yeah. Even though he shows up in the other two
Yeah,
for
but
a
he would have been like a
paycheck,
major character if he had
douchebag.
died. I don't know how much I believe that. He could just be...
I've heard straight up.
Well,
I've heard
like-
rumors that he's gone on record saying like that was his most that was his most hated role out of all his roles. Yeah, it's
the
kind
only
of
one
crazy.
I'll ever be remembered for.
Yeah, exactly that too. I guess
Same with Anthony Daniels.
that's so
and he
weird.
wears a fucking
That was him in this, right?
yeah.
That was still him. Okay, just
yeah.
A
making
little
sure.
piece of trivia about that is, you know how in the original he had that silver leg?
yeah. It's because it's shattered.
It shattered and it cut
Cut
him
him
up,
up.
and it hurt him bad, and they had to just go in and give him a second, like, fake one, really.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Alec Guinness, right? And
Mhm.
you're saying that like he was like shitting on it or whatever.
Yeah.
I just read here that J.J. Abrams confirmed that both Ewan McGregor and Alec Guinness provided their voices for Rey's flashback scene
What
in-
parts?
when she
Touch
like
the saber.
No,
like
I know,
gets ready
but
to touch the saber and has that like
There was a whole bunch
flashback.
of shit going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of flashback sounds.
like
Yeah.
I saw like
They
Luke,
were in there,
I saw Luke
basically.
touching R2. I saw like it looked like a group of people like approaching
I
him.
think there was
It's
like,
not just what you're seeing; it's what
mixed-
you're hearing
What
too.
you're hearing.
It's
I
the
think it was a mixture
voices.
of the past and the future.
It was the
going on.
history of what this blade has seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so they re-recorded.
Except for him touching
they re-recorded
the
though,
R2.
or
Yes.
okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Like it's just interesting that they'd re-record those lines if they were gonna just use the same.
Or wait,
old
no.
lines from the
Well,
past.
for Guinness, it was his voice was
obviously
taken-
because Guinness is dead. Huh?
yeah. From the syllable in the word afraid to say Ray. That's how they did it.
Mm.
Oh,
And Frank Oz is in there too as Yoda.
Frank Oz is still alive too.
I don't
Yeah.
know, but
I think he is.
Was the midget guy in it? R2? The guy who played him?
Warwick?
I can't remember. remember.
Oh,
No,
the
no, it
original
wasn't.
guy?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Wait, he might be dead too. Huh?
Yeah, I think he might be gone.
Hmm.
Because little guys don't really live that long.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that the Wookiee lasted that long. He's still alive.
Well, fucking Warwick's
He looked-
still alive.
When they showed, when they showed the guy that plays Chewbacca, when they showed him come out and everyone was like going crazy for him, he could like hardly walk. He was on like walkers and stuff. He had those poles that were on his arms, like he had.
People that tall, their
yeah.
joints start like disintegrating when they get older.
If
Yeah.
that's
Stop
true,
being
then
like
I doubt like half those scenes were actually
Yeah.
him. Then.
Yeah.
Because Chewie was like running and fucking doing like crazy shit when he was like blowing up the Star Killer.
Yeah,
So-
because when he was walking on set on to get interviewed or something, he had like these like when you have polio and you have those things attached to your
Yeah,
wrists.
the brace.
So basically,
Yeah,
this was like
he was
his
one of
like
those.
Michael J. Fox rule, like his last fucking.
Yeah.
They basically like shot like like scene by scene, probably like of
He's
him
gonna be
standing.
He's gonna be every standing role, every
It's
standing
weird
Chewie.
when they first showed Chewie, because like his face moves so much more than before.
Yeah.
Animatronics.
It wasn't like
Whoa.
that weird like plastic mask, like
Yeah.
rubber mask type.
Yeah,
Just
it
like,
didn't just
open
like
mouth.
open a little bit.
You know what didn't make sense to me actually? Like
What?
now that I think about it, like after the like, basically after Han Solo died, when like Leia hugged Rey,
Yeah,
they didn't really know each other very well,
yeah.
and like Chewie was right there, who was like Han's best friend, like in the whole universe.
And he was just like, whatever.
And she decided to console Rey and not Chewie.
Well,
You know what I
technically,
mean?
you
She
don't
was
know.
the person that they went there to rescue. Like, and that's what Han and what's his name we're talking about.
You also don't know that
She lost a
did.
husband and gained a daughter.
You also
yeah, I guess.
And
You
lost a son and gained a daughter.
you also
Yeah.
don't know whether or not she wished Chewie good luck or whatever before that scene. Like, because there was a little bit of.
hugging Chewie, but
She
Yeah, but-
didn't. She like
no,
walked
I mean,
over to
maybe
Rey
not
and
at
hugged
that
her.
point. But I thought I remembered her hugging Chewie.
I think
like,
Chewie went to that nurse
When they
that he
first
was
saw
hitting
each
on.
other, they first saw each other again, they hugged. I thought,
Yeah.
but like, no. What I mean is, there was like a little bit of time between when Starkiller space station exploded and when Rey went off to find Luke, and so like she could have said her goodbyes to Chewie then too.
Yeah, but
Like you
maybe
just
they'll
didn't
show it in
see
the next
it.
movie.
I thought it was like right when they got off the ship though, like.
No,
You're right.
no.
or-
It was like they didn't even show them getting back from Starkiller. They blowing up. They just showed like the squadron flying off, like at the end of A New Hope, and then it kind of just went from there to like Rey like standing next to Leia, like saying like I gotta find him basically, and her saying May the Force be with you, and
she's right that that Leia didn't really console Chewie very much, but
Yeah.
it also the best answer is they need to develop Rey as a character.
Well, yeah.
So Chewie gets
just
kind of
thought it
got
was
shot in
kinda
the back
weird.
a little bit.
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of weird.
Yeah,
I
I,
they
thought, I
just
felt
didn't
the way.
show it is what I think. I think she probably did at least.
Of course, probably talk to him.
Yeah, like for at least the second. Like I know they're both have important roles to play in like what's going on right now. It seems like. But
Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, this thing is full of spoilers and our guesses for the next episode, but I kind of feel like if I say I want someone to die, then they might die.
Who do you
Because
want to die?
I wanted Han to die really bad, but that was only because he was old, and I'm sure everyone else, a lot of other people probably felt the way I did. That like
the only
we
thing
got to
I-
kill him off because
I thought he was gonna die, but the only reason I was holding out hope that maybe he wasn't going to die.
I thought Chewie might have died.
Well, no,
instead.
I thought and I should say I'm also sad. I'm also sad
Playing
because he
blue.
died was because fucking
Not
I
too late.
wanted to see. I wanted him and Han, or I wanted Han and Luke to see each other again.
Speaking of Luke,
But
the whole map thing,
mm-hmm.
like if Luke didn't want to be found,
Why did he make a map?
why would there be a map of where Luke is?
He gave it to R2.
Told one person.
No, I know that.
To like give it out when the time was right, basically.
I know.
So he wanted to be alone, but for only like however long.
But the other part of it is there were so many points on that map, which I guess supposedly the points are all Jedi temples.
No,
Maybe.
that's a galaxy, yo.
No, that's
I
what
thought that was a.
like it's on record saying that those are Jedi temples. I
There
looked it
might be
up.
there might be Jedi temples.
He was looking for
in
the
there,
first
but
one
like,
though.
There's Jedi
Yeah.
temples all over the place.
well, okay. Here's
Yeah.
the real question. I guess, like I would say, more than like like, because I think Luke did want to be found, right? Because he wouldn't have given that shit to R2. But like, the real big question is like, how did R2 know when to wake up?
Well, that's
like,
what they're saying is when
programmed.
what's his face when BB-8 or whatever showed up with the piece of the map. That's when R2 knew it was okay to wake up.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure that it was there.
He showed up before that because remember he like rolled up to him and pulled the tarp off.
Yeah,
C-3PO
he basically woke up after Han died.
Yeah.
And so, like, some people are thinking that
Maybe
it was like Luke feeling that Han died through
and
the
he
Force,
woke up
and
R2.
he woke up R2D2.
I could see that.
Maybe it was after
that.
the
Makes more
Starkiller
sense.
base got destroyed. Because if they found out where Luke was, they just would have blasted.
Maybe he sensed everything.
He probably
Maybe
did.
he like knew it was all going on, and he was just like he couldn't do anything from where he was at. But like,
yeah, and Luke totally knew that Rey found his original saber. He probably felt it.
well, that might be exactly.
That might have been him. That might have been him sending the signal to the blade to her.
Well, or just the when it was all over with, he's all like, she needs somebody to train with.
What he could be doing is
Give her the map, you know?
he could be leaving behind these totem items that are Jedi items, looking for new people to become Jedis, and force sensitive people will find them, and then
For sure.
they'll know where to go.
I guess
that makes sense.
I guess J.J. Abrams went on record saying that BB-8 is the one who woke up R2-D2 with the piece of the map. It just took R2-D2 a while to wake up because he's old.
It makes more sense for Luke.
Like,
to
it was
do
slow, but that's what J.J. Abrams said, so...
Okay.
Because like it's almost like
Thanks, JJ.
Yeah, but
Did he write
wait,
it?
yeah, I was gonna say he only directed it. Did he write the thing? Like, because it's a little different at that point.
Well, like, and also when Rey touched the lightsaber, she knew where he was because she saw the map in her mind.
Because I'm like,
That's
still
why-
doesn't,
that's
that
why the
still
guy
doesn't
was
make any
looking for
sense why Luke would set it up like that either. Because like, dude, at that point, like, what if the
It
bad
was
guy?
No, he
confirmed
didn't. No,
during
but
a Q&A for
what if the bad
movie on
guys-
Saturday
what if the bad
with
guys-
Abrams and co-writers.
What if the bad guys brought BB-8 though? Like, if all it took was BB-8 to be in proximity to R2, then like
start him
that doesn't it just doesn't sound like a good plan on Luke Skywalker's behalf.
Well, it was BB-8 with a piece of the map inside
That's
him.
what I mean though. Is like, okay, let's
They
say the
would've
bad
never
guys
found-
caught BB-8. What?
They would have never found R2 if they caught BB-8 earlier.
Yeah, they would have never known where the Rebel base was, or the Resistance base, not the Rebels, the Resistance.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it sounds very haphazard for Luke to do that, considering he seemed like he was running away for all the right reasons, too. Like, he was trying to be really secretive about it, so why would you just make it so if two things are in close proximity to each other, then everybody can find out where I
In the
am?
original script for Episode 6, Han was supposed to die. And
Talking about 7?
Yeah, no.
6?
For Return of the Jedi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's what I remember reading. But Han was supposed to die, and Luke was supposed to abandon the rebellion.
Yeah, like you were saying, like, basically what
everything that
happened.
in this one. Like, they pulled from that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I like how they're definitely like taking pieces from everything that's happened or was going to happen and tried to make it seem more Star Wars, like
Yeah.
continuity wise, it all fits.
I want to see Lucas's pitch paper for
God.
what he wanted it to be.
Dude, he was saying some crazy shit the other day about how like he was thinking about making like Darth Vader and Boba Fett brothers and shit, and it's just
You're kidding.
yeah, no.
Just
The original
muddying up
trilogy,
everything.
He was playing with the idea of making them brothers, and then he was also playing with the idea of showing a young Han Solo,
Yeah.
and that Chewie basically adopted him and like raised him.
Yeah, and Chewie's his dad.
And originally Jar Jar was supposed to have an even more annoying sidekick, which was this little fat like cat dog thing.
That actually looked really cute in the
Yeah.
drawing.
Yeah, but it still just would have completely
Yeah.
like, went against Star Wars.
I guess there's a fan rumor that like at the like very end there's like this rock thing that's like kind of like in the background by Luke, and a lot of people think it's a gravestone for somebody. But
This
I
is for
didn't know.
7?
I didn't.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, at the end of 7.
Yeah.
He probably made one for Han.
Or
Yeah,
that.
because
That
we
could
don't
be it.
really know how
Or
long
a
it
spiritual
took.
grave.
Or
We
he took
don't-
someone with him to that planet.
Or
he
somebody
made it-
died
or-
there with him.
Or he took his father's
Body.
effigy there after he burned him. He took all of his ashes there, and he carried the
left
ashes
the
with him, and he took
Darth's,
Yeah, right.
Darth's ashes?
Yeah.
no.
Because a lot of people are thinking that the ashes that Kylo Ren had were Darth's.
He had
Well, he
ashes?
had
I
the
thought he just
head.
had a head.
He had
Yeah.
the head.
With Vader's helmet.
There was ashes there?
I didn't.
I thought
I didn't
so.
He
see.
had a head with Vader's ashes with Vader's helmet, like melted ass helmet on it.
Yeah.
But that's it. Like, I didn't see any ashes. If anything, I'm guessing it's actually one of the fucking the people that he was apprenticing.
Yeah.
Like one of them that didn't turn dark side and
Or
got killed.
what if there was like a Yoda character at that temple
Great.
that died when he got there?
Oh, somebody that was actually
At the
mentoring
temple.
him.
Or what if,
Right.
or what if it's Luke's
Yeah.
grave and who we're seeing is Luke isn't really Luke?
I don't want that.
You know what I mean? Like
I don't
it's
want
a,
that at
all.
like
Oh, it
a
was one of
force-
those things,
like a force,
Force
trick or
Ghost?
I want to see
something.
fucking Luke throw down.
Well, I
I
do
don't,
too.
I don't even
Do
care
you
if
think-
he dies the same movie.
Do you think it's going to be actually Luke throwing down, or do you think it's going to be CG Luke throwing down, like Blade 3?
I hope that it's going to
Or
be.
Blade 2?
I hope
Yeah.
that it's going to be like basically like Mark Hamill in all the scenes where his face is in them, and then a stuntman that looks like Mark Hamill doing like flips and shit, and basically CGing it to make it look all cool.
And then he's going to go to the movie and be like, yeah, that's all me.
Well, I don't care what he does as long as it looks real and doesn't look fake.
I want Ray to have a nightmare, and I want Mark Hamill to laugh like the Joker in it.
That's what I said earlier. I'm like, he just turns around and starts laughing.
Like the Joker.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I want. I don't want that.
Too bad.
Okay.
If it happens, you're going to be mad?
I don't see why it would fit. Like,
That's what I was gonna say before I forget again. Is like they could still have them in the next like episode 8, but I want them to have or at least they didn't have in this one was walkers of any kind,
Yeah.
like ATTs.
No
or
big-
Yeah.
Vehicle.
We talked about this. There was a lack of ships in general. There was only X-Wings and TIE Fighters. I didn't see any other thing.
Star Destroyers.
yeah, they were
Yeah,
destroyers.
But there was missing stuff, like...
yeah. No
where was the
A-wing,
TIE bombers?
Y-wing,
Where was the
TIE
Y-wings?
bombers,
Yeah, exactly.
The TIE interceptors.
Yeah,
the
no
ones that curve.
interceptors. I was like, where are the other ships?
That's because I think
Maybe
that
it's because it's 30 years later, and maybe
Well,
they're
also
using
like
different
you're
types of
you're not
ships
even
now.
seeing like the big forces either. It's not even the rebellion or the fucking republic or the empire. It's like these two offshoots, the resistance and the order.
But, like, everybody from the rebellion joined the resistance.
Yeah, but then they all also just started flying X-wings for some reason or another. Like it's
Yeah.
there's something weird going
even
on, and I'm
maximum,
not
they
sure.
still
Like
only had like 20 X-wings there.
what?
Like, said even with all of them before they started getting killed left and right, they only had like 20.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Is like it doesn't. I'm not sure. Like I feel like that something is unsaid as far as
I
like
think it's
why
because
it's sanctioned off the way it is, because
they're-
they do speak
they're
about the
trying
Republic
to-
like it's separate.
I think
Also,
with
because
this-
the Order was talking about like Republic sympathizers. You know, like
I think with this stuff, they're just trying to make it mirror the first movie as much as they can, because most of that stuff wasn't in the first movie.
yeah, but there's got to be some logic. Like they didn't just put that shit out there and we're like, oh yeah, but we didn't think about it. Like
What if
they-
the First Order was the Republic, just like in the first movie where the good guys, the Republic became the Empire?
No, this is definitely what they set up. Like
Okay.
the Republic just filled in the gaps again, like it was before the Empire even existed.
Okay.
I assume that like it's made up of a lot of like planets that probably weren't even affected by the Empire.
Like Jakku, which we never
Well,
saw.
no, it's like okay, if you think about like or the Republic for what it was, like a galactic wide fucking like Senate or whatever. Like the Empire probably only affected like I don't know, like 10% of those things like directly, you know,
Yeah.
like, and so that means that there was probably like 90% of planets that from when the like prequels happened to the original trilogy where the Empire was ruling and then back to the Republic probably didn't even change at all.
Makes sense because we saw aliens that we never saw before.
Yeah, like it just, I don't know, like so in that way, like if they just let those planets keep doing what they were doing, then the Republic could just keep acting like it did before almost, and like you just wouldn't have the Emperor putting a big decree over everything.
Yeah.
They'd go back to voting instead, you know.
Did you guys notice any Easter eggs in the film?
Oh,
Because I noticed like the Wolfman character in the bar kind of looked like Rocket Raccoon.
I know that Conan O'Brien.
Is in it?
No, he requested some character to be named Chub Chub or something like that, and J.J. Abrams just did that. And like that's why some people think that he'd be willing to do the Kojima thing.
I heard that one of the stormtroopers was Daniel Craig. Like inside.
Nice.
Yeah. Don't know which one, but
We need some David Listers.
Dude, there's more than a few people that you got to see their face where you could tell they were just like they saw J.J. Abrams one day or somebody at Disney and like in a higher up position where like, hey, I want to be in Star Wars.
I want a Red Dwarf's Easter egg, and I want Finn to be David Lister. He's got the jacket now.
No, he's the son of the cat.
yeah.
The cat's son.
That would
Yeah.
be good.
Ow! I'm looking good.
Yeah.
How am I looking now?
The jacket
Still
on.
looking good.
That's kind of the way he acted in this. Kind of. Like,
Which I didn't understand.
I don't.
Okay.
That's the one part I thought wasn't like Star Wars. Like everything else was hitting the Star Wars notes for me, nostalgia wise.
But he acted like an
No,
Earthling.
not Finn, but like not Finn. That's a hard thing.
Finn
Finn
specifically.
Specifically.
Yeah, not Finn specifically, but fucking the humor in the movie in general
Yeah.
just was a little more like. There's always a little bit of humor even in the original.
J.J. Abrams put
Trilogy.
a lot of his snark in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it was just a little more humorous than even normal.
Yeah.
Um,
Which kind of reminded me of
it
the
didn't
prequels.
bother me per se.
It kind of reminded me of the prequels.
But it wasn't stupid like in the prequels was. Like they literally went for almost slapsticky humor sometimes in the prequels, or like reference humor that wasn't even humor at all.
Yeah.
Like whereas in this it was like legitimate humor. It just was all like, wait, I don't think Star Wars ever had legitimate humor. You know, like I think the closest it got was like
very.
the closest it got. I feel like was
Mostly
like
Han Solo's.
exactly. I was
Or
gonna say
or
when
the
Han
droids.
Solo is doing his shit and when he's reacting to like what Chewie said, or when they're reacting
Most
to
of
what
the
R2
droids.
said.
Yeah, I thought
Most
it
of the
smelled
droids
bad
in the movies
on
are-
the outside.
Yeah, you're right. Whenever a puppet or like something that can't talk but makes noises
Oh.
involved,
When
it's
they're
usually humorous as well.
branding the
Yeah.
robot's feet.
In
Yeah.
Jabba's slave, and yeah, he was freaking out.
And that
man.
little rat thing too. That
the
hangs
Jawas
out,
were
yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of
Yeah.
Fucking. Yeah, it is just a little more humor though, and yeah, Finn was specifically the face of that. Just because he had the most screen time, but I got it out of Poe too sometimes, and like
Poe was very New York, like I said.
well, but even like more
Hey.
than Han Solo was even.
He was a
sometimes.
Fonzie.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they didn't cut corners with the humor for
You
sure.
know what? It's because it's the first time you ever saw a pilot in Star Wars that actually loved being a pilot and loved being like in the Resistance.
Yeah.
Because every other hero was kind of like, let's be serious about
Well,
this.
it was one or the other.
It's because none
Yeah.
of the
It
was
other
either they
pilots
wanted to be
showed,
there or-
besides Luke and Han, were main characters.
Right. And but everybody else was always like, oh, this is a grim doing. I hope we make it out of this. And when we get out, it's just going to be like, let's just be happy we didn't die. When Poe's kind of like, fuck yeah, I just got out of this jam. Did you see that shit? Did you
Yeah,
see
I
that
just killed
shit?
5 people.
You know who I really want to see in the next movie?
Who?
Is Lando. I want Lando.
Maybe-
I want
maybe
fucking
Cloud
Billy
City's
D to
still
come
around.
back. Well, I don't even fucking care about Cloud City.
He's
I
gonna
just
be
want
like,
him.
He's gonna be the
Lando,
king of Cloud City
Han's
now.
dead, and then Leia's gonna, and then he's gonna be like, Leia, can I take you out tomorrow night?
If I remember correctly, he's
I've
trying.
been waiting.
It's time to tell Finn that that he's our baby.
Yeah,
If I
my baby gone missing. If
if
you
I
know it
remember
was ours.
if I remember correctly, fucking he's kind of fat though now.
so
But
what?
I don't care.
So is everybody else.
Well, yeah, dude. Like I just want Lando. I want Billy D.
You gotta read the Lando comic books then.
No, I don't. I do not. That's actually one thing
He's in,
that like.
in an episode of Rebels.
Oh really?
He's just a piece of shit.
He's still a dick.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Fuck
want
Rebels.
Ewoks. Lots of them.
Yeah, I'm surprised we
No.
didn't see one Ewok. Not one.
Not even one. Just a little baby one.
We were even on
They're
a
fine.
we were even on a jungle planet. We didn't see one Ewok.
Yeah.
Actually, like when I think about it, it actually makes sense that we wouldn't because they're not like a fucking spacefaring race. Like
They rode their logs into space.
But what about the
Yeah.
Ewok? But what about the Ewok Jedi that I saw? I'm just
I don't
kidding.
even know what you're. Yeah, I'm like I don't know what you're talking about. But I know that the Ewok movie at least, like, is they basically like have weird like almost ancient civilization religions, and they have barely
They're
progressed
basically kinda
past
like
like.
Indians.
I think they believe
yeah,
in the
exactly.
Force.
They're like
They're like
hunters.
Incans.
Yeah.
I don't think they know shit about the Force actually.
I think they believe in it, but they call it something else.
No, I don't think they have any idea what it was, or else that C-3PO
There
like,
has to
flying
be-
over them wouldn't have meant shit to them. They would have been like,
that
oh,
would be them
somebody's
saying, "Oh
somebody-"
God, it's the Jedi, it's the Force."
No, they thought it was God.
That's the Jedi.
Their golden god.
No, it isn't.
So there has to be the Force in every living thing, like they said. So there could be an Ewok that has Force powers.
No, it could, but I'm just
It's probably the
saying,
shaman.
I'm just saying that.
All the time.
I'm just saying that the Ewoks didn't have a civilization that fucking did that. Like they didn't have written word. They had trees up in like tree houses. They ate people and fucking, but it didn't even look like they had any sort of like structure to it hardly. There was like a little witch doctor one, I guess.
Yeah,
They had like a little staff.
They have to at least be like, this is breaking, like, because it's a movie, you know. But they at least had to be somewhere in space, because otherwise C-3PO wouldn't be able to speak their language.
Oh.
Like,
he said it was a very
one of the programmed languages.
He said their language was very archaic,
Well,
but it was based on something else that he speaks.
Also, remember he's a protocol droid where he can like probably
6 million
he could probably
languages.
learn also. Like his whole thing is language.
So
you know?
remember that Fraggle from Fraggle Rock, the one that would go around and investigate everything.
I do not remember a specific Fraggle. No, damn, that's like
You remember what I'm talking about?
25 years
so.
ago.
He was like he wore like a safari hat and he had like white hair and a
I'm
mustache.
thinking of something else.
Like, I remember the girl one with goggles.
There was this
Right.
one that would investigate human life and humans and how they interact with each other, and he would make fun of humans. Maybe he's the one that did it because Jim Henson was part of Star Wars, so maybe he went around and got C-3PO all of his languages.
I would
That's
like
it.
to see
That's
another Star
totally
Wars
it.
Christmas special. I think we
Yeah.
should have another Christmas
Actually,
special.
I think we should
For
just
the
watch that.
watch the
sometime.
Wookiee Christmas special.
Yeah.
No,
Not
I
any-
mean they should
it's
make
really,
another.
really bad.
They should
Oh my
make
God.
another, and
I want to talk to Chewie's parents through that visual thing.
right.
I want the 6-armed transvestite to make fucking cupcakes again or whatever
Yeah.
the fuck it was making. God, that was a weird movie. And fucking Luke Skywalker was in it with his like dead face.
Yeah, 'cause
like
he
he had
just
just
got
been
out of
in the
hospital.
fucking motorcycle accident.
He's got all this crazy makeup on, and he looks like a fucking. He looks like a monster.
You know that scar he has on his face is from that, right?
Yeah, that's why they put the
He got into a.
Wampa,
Wampa.
right?
They made a Wampa
Yeah,
for
he got
that.
into an
I thought that was
accident
its name. It's just called Snow Monster in the
He got
credits.
into
Oh
an
yeah, it's a
accident
Wampa.
right before the filming ended for episode 4, and so the last few scenes he actually had to film were a body double.
I'm wondering like if the scenes like do you know what part of the movie they were in?
No.
Okay, because I'm like
they film movies out of order all the fucking
that's
time.
what I'm asking.
So I mean, those parts would be where he's like running from the back or something. You know, like
Wait,
running,
wait,
you only see him
wait.
from the back.
Oh, because he
Over
wasn't
the
even
shoulder.
able to move, huh?
Yeah, he was
like
like
okay, because I
fucking
was like,
constantly-
wait, if it was just his face messed up, then what the
Those
fuck
were the
difference
last
would it
movies
be?
he had to film, but he couldn't, so they had to use a body double.
Okay, I gotcha.
I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was like one of the best Star Wars movies I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
I
Well,
thought
I
it
mean-
fit in with the original trilogy perfectly.
I definitely like I was telling you earlier like I agree like I think it's like only like kind of bested by Empire just because Empire is amazing.
I went with two of my friends and my girlfriend, and my friend asked me, where does it sit on the scale of other Star Wars movies? And I said, okay, not including the prequels because I don't count them.
Yeah, they don't.
Maybe 3 I count just a little bit,
The
but
fight scenes.
yeah, the end.
Yeah.
Basically, the last 10 minutes of the third movie is
Man,
basically
even
what
that
I
movie
count.
though, even that movie like on rewatching is a lot of fucking talking and then
Yeah.
not a lot of shit.
2 was the
happening.
worst.
2
It
was
was all
horrible.
talking. But anyway, so that's why I don't count them.
Grievous
So-
was cool too.
Yeah, there was some cool bad guys, but it was just too much to deal with. I didn't care anymore.
Yeah,
So I couldn't even sit in the theater because my butt started hurting from watching the second one.
I never even saw episode.
I fell
That's
asleep.
your judge.
We watched.
I
one
fell
and-
asleep.
My butt hurt.
Me and Ian watched 1 and 2 in theaters, and I don't think we even went to see 3.
No, because you guys.
Yeah, we got that crazy
Yeah,
HD
you,
copy.
you got a different version. So anyway, so I had to count. Which one I put where. Right. My friend asked me, "Where do you put this on your scale?" And I was like, "Okay."
Out of 4 movies.
Empire Strikes Back became my favorite movie. Return of the Jedi used to be my favorite movie.
Same.
A New Hope is right below it. And then he was like, really? It's better than A New Hope? And I was like, yeah. And then I tried to figure out why. And like I said, my gripe was it was like exactly the same film. And that's really why I put it above it, is because it was just written better than the
Yeah.
original.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole reason why the first one isn't my favorite isn't even its fault. It's
not.
It's literally because it was made and it didn't plan on like being part of this huge epic saga, right?
Yeah.
And so like compared to all the rest of the Star Wars movies, it feels like it sits alone.
And also, we weren't born in the 70s, and we weren't born in the 60s to be able to pay attention to the movie in the 70s.
Well, I still feel like if somebody was unbiased though, and they watched them all from like when they first came out, like I think they'd still like after Return of the Jedi still rank them just like
I bet there's people
minus
that were born
Force Awakens.
and like I bet there are people that were born and like able to pay attention and liked it a lot. They would say that it was still better than it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I the only thing I think
Eric Foreman, that being one.
like New Hope is like something that you have to give credit because it's still like a pretty entertaining movie.
Yeah.
But more so because of all the techniques and like the way it looked at the time that it was made.
Well, like if you
like,
judge it by movies at the time it was made, it was like it's still one of the better movies.
Space Odyssey, I think, is like one of the only things that looked better than it.
Yeah.
Like, and that's about it. For a long time.
Like
up until Empire almost.
It had a much bigger budget.
I was talking to my friend and he was telling me like it's kind of crazy how Star Wars itself is more of an entity than it is a film.
Yeah.
Like it's gone beyond being this movie and it's more about an idea and a concept.
The extended universe did
very
that.
much.
Dude, if you think transcend from movie into like an idea.
Yeah.
If you think about like the fans themselves and how segmented they are and how like people will get into arguments over the littlest fucking things in Star Wars and fucking just like totally not shift at all. It reminds me of fucking like
religion.
Yeah, I was gonna say of Christianity and the fucking like sects of it that like just bicker over like the littlest tiny differences.
There was an episode of Futurama where Star Trek had become a religion.
I could see that too.
And for like hundreds of years, it kept growing, and then eventually there were wars.
I was gonna say I think of Star Trek as more like
destroy all of the different tapes of Star Trek ever, and like basically Fry went on a mission to try and find them to show. Like,
just so you could watch them, probably. Right?
And I can't remember exactly what happened, but I think it's the episode where they find this like energy gas ball thing that had collected the original crew.
Oh, and they had him acted out.
God.
Yeah, you had him acted out, and then they like went crazy and tried to kill it, and it was a good one.
But no, it really like you're right. It does extend past the movies a lot.
We're talking about something that is a force.
The reason I'm really happy about this movie just not bombing and being well, aside from me just being happy that I enjoyed it and like it was good for me personally, is like I'm actually really happy for kids also.
Yeah.
Cause like, dude, like if you think about it, like, and you talk to kids that literally grew up with the let's start with the originals, right? It obviously like deeply profoundly affected a lot of people as children, right? Well, that's the same for the prequels also. Like there's a lot of kids that fucking grew up with and loved them, right? And to me, like that almost makes me sad a little bit. Cuz it's like even though like I get why they like them and whatnot, like it's just like, man, you like something bad. And like I know like tastes are subjective and whatnot, but like it's almost not subjective.
Yeah.
It's almost objectively bad, and it's like it's just that George Lucas knew what kids liked, you know, and he pulled it like that, and it worked. It really did. Like it did attract kids. But like the beauty of Star Wars is that it was made in such a way. The original Star Wars is that it was made in such a way that kids and adults could enjoy it.
Yeah, I was at...
And this is what that movie brought back for me.
I went to Barnes & Noble yesterday, and I was just looking at the Star Wars stuff that they had in the back. And this little kid was there with his mom and his other little brother. And they were fighting over, like, the Star Wars... what they saw in the Star Wars movies. They were arguing, like one of the kids saw a Boba Fett, like, a toy. And then he was like... oh, yeah, Boba Fett's cool. He wasn't in the movie, though, but he's really cool, Mom. And then the mom was like, oh, yeah? And then the other kid was like, that's not Boba, that's Jabba. And then the other kid was like, no, it's Boba. And he's like, nope, it's Jabba. And then the kid that said it was Jabba was like, man, I was really sad when Finn died. And then the mom was like, what? And then he was like, yeah, Finn died. And I was thinking in my head, like, this other kid that like is being quiet and not arguing with his brother over this
Is right.
is right.
Yeah.
And I'm
I can see. I guess I can see why
I'm
he
happy
thought
with
he
this
did-
kid.
I think I can see why he
because
thought
he even
Finn-
said he didn't die. He said he didn't die, and the other kid was like, "Yeah, he did. He was laying on that planet, and the planet blew up, and then they showed his body at the end."
No, they didn't show his body.
What is
Man, this kid
talking about?
Is he talking
I don't
about
know.
Jabba the Hutt and the getting the
No.
names mixed up?
No.
Sounds, if I didn't know any better. it
No,
sounded
we're talking about
fucking
Finn.
man.
Yeah, no, but when he was talking about Boba.
Oh yeah,
uh,
I think I don't know why he thought that was Jabba.
Which one was older and which one was younger?
The older one was wrong.
Yeah, wow,
Weird.
that's so fucked up. But he wasn't old, really old. He was like
He was
old
like
for a little
six-
kid.
He was like maybe 6 or 7 years old or 8.
I
And
think
was
he
like,
probably meant
he was like,
Django
"Mom,
even.
I was so
Like-
sad when Finn died," and then I was like, I wanted to tell the kid,
You're wrong.
No.
motherfucker."
I wanted to lift my head and look at the kid and be like, "Dude,
You stupid
Finn's."
bastard.
I wanted to be like, "Dude, Finn's still alive." But then in my brain, I was like, "Just let him watch and find out that Finn's still
Freak
alive."
and then have him feel stupid that he gave his little brother shit over
Yeah,
two things
yeah.
he was completely wrong.
Yeah,
over.
yeah. But that's what I liked about
They
Star
won't
Wars
even
when I was a
remember
little
that.
kid too. Like he thinks he's really dead, and we know
you
that
ever-
he's not dead. But that little kid, he's like so innocent that he doesn't realize
Did you
that
ever-
he's wrong. He's gonna find out that he's wrong, and then he's gonna probably be way
Did
better
you
at
ever
Star
have-
Wars than anyone
Dude,
else.
okay, this was before internet generation, obviously, but dude, did you ever have friends that called Darth Vader Dark Vader?
Yeah.
I used to have friends all the time that would say that shit, and I was just like, I don't think
Yeah.
that's how it works.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a name.
It's Darth.
Well, it's
Yeah,
just like there's
but, like-
plenty. By the time we would be talking about it, there's plenty of written, like.
Yeah,
yeah.
No, but
Just be like, it's
that's what I'm
so
saying
dark.
is pre-internet, you wouldn't have any fucking access to that.
Yeah.
Like you would.
Books.
When I was
you
little,
don't have
books or
access to
the
that.
toys.
How many kids where we grew up were gonna go to the fucking library or fucking like
Well,
buy those
like,
books
here's the-
specifically? There aren't even bookstores.
here's
where
a
we
You
grew
have
nerd-
a novel library
Yeah.
there?
here's a nerd
One.
moment.
The school library.
It's
When-
like it's the school library and then a fucking college
Do
library.
you have a public library?
I was
don't think so.
I was like
Wow.
7 or 8 years old, and I told my dad I loved the Star Wars movies because we watched them.
He
Or I was like
"You're
9.
homo."
We just no. My dad loves Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
No, we got the THX remasters on VHS.
That's specifically why I wanted to give you the HD despecialized
Yeah.
versions. Is for your dad actually. 'Cause
Yeah,
they're like
like
the
it.
closest thing you can get to the movie theater
Yeah.
versions.
So I watched them with my dad because obviously they weren't in theaters when I was born, and like I fucking
Dude,
went apeshit
that's
about
so
Star
weird
Wars,
to think
right?
about, right?
Yeah,
Like before we were even born, all of them were out.
yeah, and then you watch them with your parents.
Yeah.
I remember watching them like on HBO like by myself, and I started at Return of the Jedi.
Oh
and, like,
yeah,
and
me
like
too.
and I was just like, what?
Yeah,
the
my
hell?
dad was like,
This
my-
is cool, like
No.
the Jabba the Hutt stuff, and then
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like
yeah.
a big monster down the pit, and then fucking a lightsaber, and I was
Yeah.
like, whoa!
My dad- my
and then
dad-
the speeder bikes, and like,
Yeah, my dad actually sat me down and made me watch it on Betamax.
oh,
Okay, so
that's
I watched
crazy.
it.
You had a Betamax growing up?
Yeah,
Oh,
so I watched it on Betamax, and then
nuts.
I told my dad I liked it a lot, and then he got really happy. I never had Star Wars toys as a kid, ever. Okay, I used to just make my own lightsabers.
I didn't have Star Wars toys either. We
Yeah.
missed that, huh?
You mean use
Yeah.
a flashlight?
I used a flashlight. I used a hose.
Yeah.
You know, I sprayed the water like it was a lightsaber.
That works.
Um,
It does work. Actually.
Yeah, and then I did other stuff. You know, like sticks or whatever.
Yeah.
And I made the sounds.
Pretend
But this is the
use
cool
the
thing.
Force.
My dad handed me Splinter in the Mind's Eye.
Is that a book?
That's one of the books where it's like right. It's maybe between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and it's where Luke and Leia go on a mission together.
There's Shadows of the Empire takes place then too. I want to say also.
Yeah.
Or no, that's in between New Hope and Empire.
Yeah, but I don't know
Or
exactly.
no,
where
no,
it
it
is.
isn't. It's between
He
Empire
goes.
and Return.
He finds a kyber
'Cause the
crystal.
hawk thing was at the beginning.
It's the very first time you hear about a kyber crystal and how it's like a magic crystal that intensifies your Jedi powers. So he goes and gets one.
Is that what they make their sabers out of?
Yes,
Okay.
it's what he goes and gets one, and
Is that when he's making his green saber? Or?
maybe.
Whatchamacallit? Yeah, your dad gets really excited when you like stuff that he used to like.
Yeah,
Like,
he loves Star Wars. I told him after the movie, he came in, he was like, "How was it?" And I was like, "It was a good Star Wars movie." And then I was like, "Do you want me to tell you what happens?" He's like, "No, I want to see it
Yeah.
myself." I
He
wanna see it
should. He
myself."
really
Stop
should.
watching TV then.
Yeah, but
When
my
you get a
dad's
good-
the guy
When you get a good version, like
yeah.
Yeah, there should fucking...
In the 90s, remember when the toys came out again?
I do.
My dad bought the toys. He collected the toys. I wasn't allowed to play with any of them, but he bought them and put them away. Like, he has the Obi-Wan Kenobi that you had to eat like 1,000 Lay's chips for.
What?
Like, you had to buy a bunch of bags of Lay's chips, and then you'd get an Obi-Wan Kenobi that was a
probably
Force.
really rare, actually.
It was a Force Kenobi.
Yeah.
So it was a Force Ghost. Yeah, it was
translation.
blue. I have like 3 or 4 of them.
That's
You
nuts.
bought it with like the Pepsi points.
Yeah.
Lay's points.
It wasn't Pepsi. It was Lay's. Yeah, you had to turn in fucking the codes on the back.
The other thing that I was really excited for this movie was it felt like, because the way I always took it when A New Hope came out was it like fucking changed like the landscape for little boys.
Yeah,
like growing up, they were all like, man.
It killed the cowboy movie.
I want to be Luke Skywalker.
It killed the fuck out of the cowboy movie.
Well, like,
and made a new Western.
Exactly. And, like, well, it basically, like, though, it was like a new adventure. You know, and this one's cooler than just fucking shooting dudes with a 6-shooter. You could go to space and use a laser sword.
Cooler
and
than Flash
fly
Gordon.
spaceships and shit. Well, like, but Luke specifically being a central character in those movies, now little boys could look up to that. I was happy that there was a girl Jedi, and that maybe now little girls like can fucking like have a Star Wars movie that they look at and like grow up with, and they're like
Jedi they can identify with.
Yeah, and like also like maybe it'll, I don't know, like I get a really, I just don't like it when little girls like say stuff like, oh, I can't like that. That's a boy thing, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And what it's really showing there is that being Jedi isn't gender specific.
Or Star Wars itself isn't gender
I mean.
specific. Also, yeah, that's.
It's not race specific either now.
Because geez, sometimes when little girls say that, it's like, what, smart stuff isn't for little girls? Like, get out of here.
Well,
like,
Leia
that's kind of ridiculous.
Leia was still pretty much a badass.
But she was still overshadowed. Like I felt like by Luke.
Yeah.
And by Vader even. Like those two were the ones, the big ones, and like Rey was like right in the middle of it. And I felt good for like little girls and also fathers of little girls. Where they could be like, man, I like Star Wars now. My little girl can like Star Wars just as much as me, and it won't just be because I like it.
Yeah.
Just because they might really like it. You know?
I kind of really wanted Finn to die. I know it sounds bad, but I wanted him to die so that Rey would feel more hatred towards the First Order and the other Jedis.
I think Han was good enough, and I think it will actually make more sense when it turns out if Han is her father.
Well, okay, see, here's actually the thing I wanted to bring up, because we were talking about her and Ben Solo, Kylo Ren, whatever, being related, whether they're twins or just brother and sister. J.J. Abrams went on record saying that Kylo Ren...
spoiling shit, man.
Well, because people are asking him questions left and right.
Yeah, but like that's the part of the the movie series. They like know shit you shouldn't fucking like.
Yeah, well, he said that basically Kylo Ren is 30 years old.
Okay.
Oh wow, he's pretty old.
No, that's what I was saying. Like, I'm saying
he
if their
literally
brother
born like right after Empire.
That's what I said though. Is like if.
Oh yeah, because they banged.
Yep.
Well, no, but like that's kind of what I was saying though. Is like if they are brother and sister, then he's much older. He's older than her. But no, I forgot
and Rey's 18.
So after Return, then
so it's a 12-year difference.
Yeah. I mean,
so they had like
they can't be brother and sister, but it kind of makes you think that maybe Han and Leia wouldn't have actually been together at the time that Rey would have been conceived because of all the stuff that was going on.
Solo already would have ran off.
Exactly.
Well, no, okay. What if she was conceived like basically like right when Ren went off the rails? Like
how old is Finn?
No,
Finn's like 18.
Finn's her age, I thought, like around her age, maybe a little older.
So,
well, the big thing that first tipped me off, like I forgot to bring this up, but the big thing that first tipped me off that they might be related personally was, okay, first off, the old guy saying like you can't outrun your family, and he was talking about Solo, but he just referred to it as you can't outrun the reputation of your family, right? And then like a few scenes after that, some guy came up and he said that they had sighted a girl with the BB-8 droid, right? And he instantly got mad. He instantly knew that like who the girl was, and like it's like how would he know who she was?
Because he can feel the Force. Remember when
he can? I mean, you could take that as an explanation, but it's like why would he get pissed? It's like he only gets really
probably
pissed
because there's another Jedi on the planet.
Maybe. I'm just saying that's what it tipped me off though. I was like, maybe he knows her.
Yeah.
and she doesn't know him.
Yeah,
and and like she doesn't even seem to remember who her family even is.
Yeah, she doesn't. They
She
didn't
just-
show any faces.
She just knows that her family is coming back.
She remembers
They
the
left
moment
her.
when she was abandoned, but she doesn't
Yeah.
remember faces.
She keeps thinking they're gonna come back though, or at least she's
Yeah.
hoping or something.
So like,
But
there's
she
a
doesn't
scene.
even really know if those are her family.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, all you saw
Yeah.
was a spaceship shooting off and her like
Yeah.
crying on the ground
could have been somebody hired by Luke.
There
to drop
was-
her off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Could've
but
been.
it also could have just been anybody.
Yeah.
Like you don't know.
It-
Like
So like there was a scene talking about the feeling thing. There was a scene in A New Hope where Obi-Wan just landed on the ship, and Darth Vader was like, "Oh, I feel disturbance in the Force." And they were like, "How do you know that it's him?" And he was like, "I haven't felt anything
His
this
presence in such a
powerful.
long time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that hasn't been this
Well-
powerful." So he can feel other Jedi's around.
Yeah.
him.
specifically though, there was another scene in the movie that was also like that, and that's when Solo fucking got to Starkiller Base. Like Ren was just all like, "Ugh."
Because it's his daddy.
Yeah, but I'm
Well,
just saying, like, if he knew specific, it wasn't until that dude mentioned there was a girl there. He didn't feel her. The
Oh.
guy mentioned it, and then he knew that just a girl being on Jakku was like something to be mad about, and it's like it just felt like it was a hidden plot point that like
I think it
meant something.
I think it means that she's super powerful because if you think about it, like how is she really able to fight Kylo Ren without even having trained her Force abilities at all?
What if he
she
put her
can,
there?
She can use them like automatically without training.
What if that's actually what it was? What if it is okay? This could be either Han Solo's daughter or Luke's daughter. But what if
it's Ben Solo's
No,
daughter?
what if it's like what if Ben was training with Luke though, and like he's learning, but he's having kind of a hard time, and then this little 5-year-old girl is
Like
just
doing
floating
Force
blocks everywhere
exactly,
and shit.
and she can fucking
And
do
and
shit
that
he
and then
can't.
that fucking makes him horribly mad.
So he
and
takes
then
her
that's
and
when Vader's
drops her off
ghost
there?
shows up and like basically shows him the power of
Of the
being
dark
mad.
side.
And
Yeah.
like and then he's like, that'll make me more powerful than her. And I'll turn to that, you know.
And then
Well, I
to
hope to-
protect her, Luke has to send her away
Yeah.
and abandon
Or
her.
Solo.
But Luke was
Yeah,
Luke
which
was
is why I'm just
Yeah,
throwing it
I
out
get
there.
Luke was really shit with the Force, so like I wouldn't think his daughter would be super good at it at 5.
Well, it seems
what I
like
mean?
he kind of. Well, remember though, like it's still the Skywalker bloodline.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it.
I guess he could get stronger.
And I'm not sure like Luke was super not good with the Force more so than like
He was just a shitty student
yeah he
Well,
he
he
didn't
only had 3 days of training.
for the first movie.
Yeah.
But
like
then he
if it
didn't
was
use it.
if it was
He
Luke
didn't really use it. In the
if it
first
was
movie.
Luke or it was Han's baby, they still would have fucking kind
I
of
think
told
it
them they had the
could be
Force.
kind of like what we were talking about with Kylo Ren, where like throughout all the movies, Luke is
Very
sort of
conflicted.
he's drawing on the light and dark side of the Force, and
So
so
it's
he's not
inconsistent.
really he's not really like focusing on one or the other.
He's riding the fence between the two.
And so he's not really able to control either like perfectly or well at all by the end.
It's
And maybe-
definitely why I want to see him.
maybe
like, train.
Kylo's maybe
He has to get better before he could teach anyone, basically. But maybe he doesn't get better, and like he that's why shit goes all wacky on them.
maybe that's why Kylo is doing this whole like I feel the draw of the light side and fighting it back and stuff like that because he wants to be so much like his grandfather, and he knows that his grandfather was light, went dark, came back to the light, was probably feeling the same feelings. He wants to have those same feelings.
He
And it's
definitely
making him,
idolizes
and it's
him.
making him so angry
See,
that
I
he
don't know
can't
if I don't know
have
if he's
that kind
idolizing.
of moment like his
I don't know if
grandfather
he's
had.
idolizing fucking Vader. I don't think he's idolizing Vader at all. I think he's idolizing Vader's power. Like I think all of that is envy. Like,
Yeah,
it
he
all
wishes,
comes
he,
back
wishes
to
he
envy.
had it and he doesn't have it, so he's upset.
Well, like, but I think though that he would, if he could get the power through light means, that he wouldn't go dark side. Like I think the dark side, like going dark side, is a means to an end, you know, and he'll do whatever he can to get it. Like, but I don't think specifically he wants to be a bad guy. I think he just wants to be the most powerful guy. And there's gonna be a reason for that. Like it's not just like, oh, he just decided like he wanted to be the most powerful. I think that like we're hitting on something there. Like somebody else is more powerful than him, and he wants to be more powerful than that.
he wants to be the most powerful.
He doesn't want to be second
Skywalker.
place, you know.
He probably doesn't even want to be a Solo. He wants to be a Skywalker.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, she went toe to toe with him without any
Definitely
training
hated his daddy.
whatsoever. So like it kind of stands to reason that she's pretty powerful if she can do that.
There's something about her though that
Like she's
directly
had this-
fucks him up though. Like you can tell, like when he was trying to read her mind, even like he wasn't having trouble concentrating there. Like, that was literally, he just couldn't bust past her shit for whatever reason.
Well, I think that's because she's had to, like, fend for herself for so many years, and she's never really had to, like, depend on other people, so she has this, like, kind of, like, independence and, like, strength of character.
Oh, also maybe
Whereas
just
I don't think he has that.
maybe also like
He
a
depends
power
on
of
people.
maybe also a power of just like living in her head.
She can meditate
Also,
better
well, like she's fucking
alone.
out on those dunes like all by herself.
Exactly,
like, all
and
day
he
long.
is looking for, like, approval and stuff from other people.
He's a millennial.
For what he's doing.
Get out of here with that shit.
Well,
He's
I
a
just mean his
millennial.
charter is weaker in that way
He
than
wants
hers.
he wants to be
She's
patted
the
on the
one.
back. Yeah, but he wants to be patted on the back for everything that he does.
Other than the humor, the only other complaint I had with it was how Snoke's looked.
Yeah,
I just
it was
didn't
weird.
like. I didn't like everything else. Like even the little lady, like with the big head and the glasses.
Yeah.
Like even her, like okay, her head looked a little weird, but her body looked like a real human, like a kid or something, just
Yeah.
walking around. Fucking.
Snoke.
But Snoke was just all CG, and it almost like felt like a way to force Andy Serkis into it. It's like, I know you won't be in this unless you're full CG, Andy, so here
Well,
you
the way
go.
it was done, we couldn't really tell how big he was.
Yeah, I think he's
'Cause,
small.
Yeah, I thought he was
the-
huge and
I think
at
he's
first
smaller.
until they
Yeah, I
showed
thought
him
he
go
was
away.
real
Wasn't
big.
it?
He was like Lincoln
Palpatine?
Memorial big, dude.
Wasn't
He
it
was
just sitting
Palpatine
like
who
fucking
had
big.
the hologram?
Yeah.
Where he looked way big in the other movie, but then he wasn't actually that big. When
Yeah,
it
but
came
you
down
could
to
tell
it.
that shit was like all fucking jittery and
Yeah,
and
it
covered
was
because they
blue
showed
and-
other holograms in this one that looked like that. Like, but this one was like a good hologram. Like you couldn't fucking tell what was going on until he disappeared.
Yeah, he looked like he was really there until he went away.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought he was a hologram the whole time.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought I was.
I mean, like it looked
"Ah."
like a really bad hologram to me.
It definitely
Oh, really?
like it.
Yeah.
I thought it looked real.
Yeah, no, there was no like compared
was
to
no
like
graininess.
Star Wars normal holograms. Like it definitely didn't come off like that to
Yeah.
me. But
I didn't have trouble telling.
either way,
Yeah.
I wish that it didn't look so CG. I wish it was
Yeah.
more like prosthetic work or something. You know, because it's not like they couldn't have made that. They had an Admiral Akbar that looked fucking amazing in this movie, and it's like, why couldn't they just have done that for him?
Well,
I
it's
think
just-
it's
I
'cause
guess-
at least like I'm hoping he's gonna fight in the next one.
Yeah.
I think he's
Yeah,
gonna
but-
do crazy shit to his body, like when he's using his force powers.
What do you mean?
Like I don't know, like just like buff himself out or something. You know, like
Oh,
fucking Dragon Ball Z himself.
okay.
You know,
Maybe.
like
Maybe.
fucking-
I didn't think about anything like that. Like I whenever somebody says like CG for force powers, I think of them like zipping around and doing backflips and shit. But like, I still think I'd still think I want prosthetics more than that. But we don't get it. But that's a very minor thing.
You might still get it. It might be in the next movie when they actually show him in person.
Well, I feel like maybe the only CG parts were the head and the hands.
Yeah.
But you couldn't tell because he was sitting down, right?
Because
Yeah.
they said on record that he is in like a mobile like station thing because he doesn't want to be found or something like that. And so like that's the reason for the hologram was that nobody really knows where this guy is and that he's constantly on the move.
I want to
Okay.
know, like,
That's interesting that the
I wanna
order
know
is
so
like
much
willing to
about
take
this.
orders from somebody that they don't even know where the
Well,
fuck
I'm
he
guessing
is.
he probably had something to do with how the First Order came about anyways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
And
like,
so like they know this guy basically.
he's the remnant of the Empire.
Yeah.
but he didn't even have anything to do with the Empire.
Yeah, he did. He ran the Empire while the Emperor was a puppet.
Yeah, but like, how would you convince the people? Like, it's like, hey guys, I was the guy
Actually-
that was actually doing all this.
Actually, Darth Plagueis, in the book, if he's Darth Plagueis is probably the best Force user for persuasion of any other Force user.
Okay, well, no matter what, I still wish they'd just use prosthetic head.
Yeah.
That's my whole thing. It's like, the face itself is what I was just like, man, this is the only bad CG in this whole fucking movie.
Yeah, I felt that way too. I was
Um,
kind of like, man, I hope it's not that huge. Okay, he's not. Well, still think it's kind of weird that he's the only CG thing that I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Besides the little girl lady thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, which she could have been prosthetics too, by the way.
Yeah, but they had to make most of that look pretty.
Dude,
legit.
if they could fucking do Yoda with a puppet, they could have fucking done her with a puppet.
Yep.
She was just
I
a
don't
little
think-
too shiny, I felt like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
For it to be a puppet.
Yeah.
If you know what I know that's probably not like the correct like effect term to
No, I
use.
know what you mean.
No,
but-
I know what you mean actually, but like I almost think of too shiny as a bad thing.
So
Well,
yeah,
no,
it is.
I didn't dislike her.
Well,
I
'cause
thought
that's
she
when
was
you know
a
it's
cute
the
little
CG, you know?
character.
Yeah. Well, I knew she was CG, but I just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Like I knew it was CG, but I still liked it.
Yeah,
like it
I
didn't
thi-
bother me.
Well,
Yeah.
like okay, like let's say like
I
some.
thought it was done for.
See,
Like,
me.
let's-
look at it this way.
let's
She's a
compare
minor
it-
character, so who gives a shit? But he's a big character.
Let's
so
compare it to
we
something
gotta-
else Jim Henson did though, and like the
Dark Crystal.
No, Hoggart or whatever. The
Right
little
Hogs?
dude from Labyrinth. The one that. She
Oh,
first
yeah,
finds
the troll
kissing-
guy.
Yeah. Huggle. Fucking
Hoggle.
Hoggle. Okay, but he is literally like almost the exact type of work that I would have preferred been on.
Yeah, that was an
lady.
epic. That was an epic.
A big fake
suit.
head,
But
and it's just a little man in a suit.
but
you know, like
in high definition, high quality, how well do you think Hoggle would have looked?
I've seen Labyrinth in HD.
Have you?
Yeah,
They could probably
It
make
looks
some.
good.
They could probably make some pretty legit looking.
But I mean, actually filmed in HD though.
dude, that
Right.
guy
I
in
feel
the
like that's a
line.
little different.
I'm
the
sure
guy
that-
in the
Scaling
line.
something is
I'm sure
different
that
than actually
The guy in the
filming it like
line
that.
behind Ray, he's a little man. Fucking, it's just a suit too, like
The stuff-
carrying a big bag of shit. Like Jim Henson makes some. Henson Studios makes some crazy as fuck.
I'm just
puppets
saying,
as well.
I don't know exactly what was CG in that movie and what wasn't. She looked shiny to me, which made me think that she was CG, but it could have been practical effects with like a CG overlay just to make it look cleaner.
Yeah, they could have put those
Her-
shiny
You know?
things on her just
The only
to make her
like
look detailed.
that character, the head was all CG. Like the body itself wasn't.
Okay.
Like that was actually a little kid or something.
Well, I think that's a good.
'Cause you
like
could-
it works. I thought it worked well. The combination of the two.
But like I'm just saying that Hoggle and fucking Labyrinth shows you that you can put a prosthetic head on a little person
And
and
it'll
it'll
be
look
fine.
good. Yeah.
And the technology that we have now
Yeah.
makes it even look. Will make it look even more realistic.
Yeah, because all you'd have to
more
do is
believable.
touch it up, not make the whole damn head CG.
Yeah.
You know, like you
The
could-
way we can use silicone and stuff like that now, and like
that too.
texture it,
Yeah,
and,
mold work and,
and
whatnot.
yeah, all the little hairs and everything can be in the face and everything. It's
But yeah, other than that,
pretty
everything
legit.
else was pretty fucking awesome. Like,
so you liked it.
yeah, I liked it a lot.
It got my seal of approval.
I enjoyed it. I didn't go gaga, but
I went
enjoyed it.
gaga.
I teared
went
up at
gaga.
the end when we saw Luke.
I fucking
I like got so excited that
I
like
kinda-
a little tear came out of my eye and I was just like, yes.
my tear up moment was actually I thought it like before I'd seen the movie I thought it would be when I saw Han, but it was actually when I saw Chewie, and it was at the same time too. But it was like when he did his like I was just like, oh man, it's really him too. It's really that guy. I can't believe they went through and got him, but they did.
See, that's how I felt about
like-
Luke.
I was never a
Yeah,
Chewie
Luke.
fan either, and I just
They made
I
him
agree.
so badass in this too. He was more badass in this than almost in all of them.
Yeah, you're right.
Like
They made him more of a warrior than he was.
he went
Yeah.
nutballs.
He should have ripped off at least one person's arm.
Yeah,
Right?
that would have been so good.
He blew up a
Bloody.
bunch of shit too.
Yeah, beat him with it.
Yeah. So Ian, you like the movie?
Yeah, I
Okay.
enjoyed it.
Needs more Boba Fett. No. It does though, in some form, even if it's just a helmet.
A burnt
It needs to
helmet
be
helmet.
there.
All right.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed the film.
Yeah, I
Like we
really,
did.
really hope you do. And
May
God
the force
damn.
be with you.